म्यूजिक है। हेलो। चेक। हेलो। हेलो। चेक। हेलो। चेक। हेलो। चेक। हेलो। हेलो। चेक। हेलो। 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 चेक। हेलो। चेक। हेलो। एक मिनट। हाँ। अभी देखिए, मैं जो बोला हूँ वो आ रहा होगा आपको। म्यूट कर देता हूँ ना। चेक। हेलो। इसे पीछे से इसे।
Are requested to occupy the front seats. Students sitting at the back, occupy the front seats. Morning and a very warm welcome to the esteemed dignitaries, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen. I, Parul Gangwar,
And I, Dipen Kumar Singh,
take great joy and immense pride in welcoming you all to the inaugural day of the 7th Leadership Summit 2023. Today, we embark on a 2-day journey of introspection, innovation, and inspiration under the overarching theme of enhancing identity for Indian business and leadership.
in the dynamic global marketplace, India's economic and political standing hinges on the perception of its industries and leadership. To reinforce its position as a global powerhouse, India must evolve its narrative to reflect its growing influence in business. Technological integration is a key element, with Indian industries embracing cutting edge technologies like AI, blockchain, analytics, and fostering innovation and competitiveness. India's thriving entrepreneurial culture, exemplified by successful startups across various sectors, showcases adaptability and India's image as a global business player. Additionally, India's emphasis on skill development and education empowers its workforce and enhances its competitive edge. Hence, we conclude that through technological integration, entrepreneurship, global cooperation, and education, India has the potential to emerge as a global economic powerhouse and strengthen its presence on the world stage.
The 7th Leadership Summit 2023, hosted by the Indian Institute of Management Raipur, seeks to delve into the future of Indian business and leadership. In an era defined by the intersection of technology and tradition, the focus is on maximizing the potential of human resources, making it a top priority. The summit carefully examines the synergy between cutting edge technology and the inherent abilities of our workforce. This event unites prominent leaders from various sectors of the Indian business landscape to brainstorm and develop strategies that will position India as a leading force in the future of business and leadership. दीप ज्योति प्रारंभ दीप ज्योति जनार्दना दीपों में हरातु पापम संध्या दीपा नमस्तुते. I fold my hands before the Lord, the maintainer of this creation, in the form of this light. I adore this light which destroys all the pains resulting from my omissions and commissions.
We begin the ceremony with lamp lighting and Saraswati Vandana. We would like to invite all the dignitaries to the stage for lamp lighting and Saraswati Vandana.
I would now like to invite Professor Ram Kumar Kakani, Director, IIM Raipur, Shri Satya Prakash Ranjan, Chief Guest, Shri Prabal Das Gupta, Guest of Honor, and Professor Rashmi Shukla, Chairperson Placements, to kindly light the lamp. I would also like to invite Sayak and Vaishnavi, students of IIM Raipur, for the Saraswati Vandana.
देश जाग्या लांछन विचार सार परमा हस्ते स्फाटिक मालिक विदधते संस्थिता एकदा सारदा एकदा सारदा
Thank you, students, for the beautiful rendition.
We would now request Professor Ramkumar Kakani, Director, IIM Raipur, to felicitate our chief guest, Shri Satyaprakash Ranjan, with a bouquet.
We would now request Professor Ramkumar Kakani, Director, IIM Raipur, to felicitate our chief guest, Shri Prabal Das Gupta, with a bouquet.
We would request Professor Rashmi Shukla, Chairperson Placements, to felicitate Professor Ramkumar Kakani, Director, IIM Raipur.
With this, I would now take the privilege of introducing Professor Rashmi Shukla, Chairperson Placements. Professor Shukla is a faculty in economics and public policy area at IIM Raipur. She earned her PhD from the Indian Institute of Management, Indore, and specializes in economic growth and development, strategies for emerging economics and digital economics, transformation of economy, business, and government. Professor Shukla has also vast experience in research and academics. She has published papers in journals and has participated and presented her research work in many international as well as national conferences. I would now request the chairperson to open the summit.
Yes, first of all, namaskar to my obeisance to the director sir, here chief guest and guest of honor, and to all the special dignitaries who have come all the way to IIM Raipur to shower their wisdom all over these years for our students. So in few lines, if I have to say, this is a blessings for IIM Raipur to have such eminent dignitaries with us. So thank you. Then right away, I want to welcome my special faculty colleagues who have taken the weekend and they are here to not only encourage our students, but also to strengthen further the industry and academia ties. This is our PGP second year who is sitting here. So their exams are also going on, but they were quite excited, know that this is the flagship summit. They have to be part of this. So the entire team of Placecom, our career development and placement office, the team has been constantly working for more than 3 months now to make this summit a grand success with your kind presence. Yeah. So it's my pleasure to open the Leadership Summit. This is the 7th current year that we are doing it. So it was under the leadership of our Dean External, who was then Chairperson Placement, Professor Satyasiva Das. He is with us. So he started this idea for having Leadership Summit. And we are successfully doing it for so many years. We have the idea to not only to internationalize this thing, but to reach out to every multinational corporation. In a way, they bring their wisdom that can be imparted for students of IIM Raipur. So we were wondering, what theme to start with. Then we finally come up with, over the past years also, our focus was that it's the Indian economy that need to be the core focus. So this time also we started that we are going to talk about what exactly is this Indian identity when it comes to the business world, how we can enhance this part, what are the mechanism, the channels that is going to work towards enhancing the Indian identity and the leadership in the current business era. So for this, we have the right set of people with us, whom again, I'm extremely thankful for them to be here. So this is, with these words, I would just let the stage open for wonderful discussions coming up. In these 2 days, we are going to have total 5 panel discussions. Again, surrounded with the core theme, under the umbrella theme, we have come up with the areas focusing on fintech. We have areas focusing on other emerging lines, including workforce dynamics. We have how we can leverage the technology around, then what is happening at a competitive landscape. So basically touching up variety of domains in the management area. So we have 5 key panel discussions that are going to happen in these 2 days. So with this, I will now, the floor is open for our flagship Leadership Summit. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
I would now like to take the privilege of introducing Professor Ramkumar Kakani, Director, IIM Raipur. Professor Kakani started his professional career as a technocrat in a corporate sector and moved towards the higher education world, focusing on the field of finance performance strategy. He was a professor and head Center for Governance at IIM Kozhikode. Prior to that, Professor Kakani was a faculty at XLRI Jamshedpur and LBSNAA Mussoorie. He has worked internationally as an academician in Denmark, Nigeria, Singapore, and UAE. Professor Kakani has also served as the director of the Government of India's National Center for Leadership Development and Competency Assessment. He has co-authored multiple books in the domains of finance and public administration with publishers like Cambridge, Sage, and McGraw-Hill. He is an active case writer and researcher. With that, I now invite Professor Ramkumar Kakani to kindly deliver the welcome note.
A warm welcome to the esteemed guests out there, Sri Satyaprakash Ranjan, Chief Guest, Guest of Honor Sri Prabal Das Gupta, and my esteemed panelists out there, and the 16 faculty colleagues who are present here, including Dean External, Professor Satyashiva, and Chairperson, Professor Rashmi. And of course, to the PlaceCom team led by Sri Suryanarayan Shankaran and Sri Girish Pahadia ji. And namaskar to each of you. And of course, the wonderful set of students out there who are part of the IIM Raipur family, and each one a diamond in itself out there. Right. So what are we doing here? Essentially is just to share a little bit of quick context out there is, we as an institute started in 2010, and today we are 11th NIRF ranked institute. We have credentials. When many a times I feel I'm blessed and privileged that I've got a great supporting board and a fantastic team of staff and faculty members who are creating magic out there. This heart-shaped campus, which is unique among almost all the institutes of national importance. Physically, the shape of the campus is heart-shaped. Warmly welcomes each one of you guests out there. And here in this particular institute, we are creating academic excellence with social impact. And the best part is it is not as if you will see bureaucracy or anything like that. You have work on a Saturday or Sunday, and I'm sure each one of us pulls together and comes there. And in that sense, gratitude just not to my own IIM Raipur colleagues and faculty members, but also to the esteemed guests who have given up their weekends, traveled all the way here and come to the campus. Thank you so much. As an institute, as an institute of higher education, especially in the field of management education, our biggest stakeholder is the industry. And we want industry to mentor the future generation, to give inputs in terms of not just in terms of what is happening in terms of the trends of the placements, but also inputs in terms of which subjects, which courses, which workshops, what terms, what is happening in the industry, what are the trends, and how do we foresee and create a unique differentiation 10 to 20 years down the line and move towards one of those top 5 to 6 NIRF ranked institutes is something wherein I look forward to inputs. And in that sense, this particular leadership summit and is very important. We look forward to inputs from industry experts out there. And to just give you a very quick background to my esteemed panelists and friends who come all the way, is we've got 8 areas. We have areas such as humanities and liberal arts. We have areas such as economics and public policy. Our faculty colleagues include retired IAS officers, IPS officers, IRS officers. For example, we've got one colleague out there known as Professor Sumit Gupta, who's got more than 10,000 citations and almost every year comes out with 3 to 4 publications, which are top of the notch. We've got Professor Badrinarayan Pawar, for example. So in that sense, India's, not just India's, world's top 10 OBHR. So in that sense, there is a lot happening. And so much so, I can share with you a very simple information. Yesterday, I had a very nice email coming from a IIM Ahmedabad faculty expressing interest in terms of seeing would the institute be interested in having him as part of our campus. And I was so pleasantly surprised that there is definitely magic happening out there and privileged to be part of it. So I would only say that our students look forward to taking your inputs, taking your wisdom and polishing the diamonds to shine brighter and brighter. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your enlightening words.
Now, I would like to have the honor of introducing our chief guest, Shri Satyaprakash Ranjan, India Head, Telstra. Shri Satyaprakash Ranjan is the country head for Telstra in India. He joined Telstra in April 2022 and is responsible for driving the overall strategy and operations for capability centers in India across Bangalore, Hyderabad, and Pune. He also manages the board of all Telstra entities in India. Telstra leverages India for network, software engineering, data, and AI. Mr. Ranjan has over 25 years of experience in technology, analytics, consulting, and has worked with Fidelity Investments, Citigroup, and Tata Motors. He has led offshore teams and market-facing teams in India, including Head of Fidelity India Analytics, Co-Head of Fidelity India Technology Services, and Head of Technology for Citibank India Credit Cards. On that note, we request Shri Satyaprakash Ranjan to enlighten our students with your valuable insights.
All right, good morning, everyone. Great. I mean, it feels great and an absolute honor and privilege to be standing here in front of eminent professors, leaders, and more importantly, the future leaders of our society. First of all, congratulations to the director, the teaching staff, the administrative staff, and all you students for creating the brand I Am Raipur. It is really magic that in just over 11 years, you're ranked 11 in an IRF ranking. So absolutely phenomenal work. You all deserve a round of applause because each one of you are a part of that. And I would only wish that you fulfill the dream of reaching that 5 or 6 even faster than what you have imagined so far. So it's almost 26 years since I and some of our colleagues here graduated from a similar B school, and where I would be seated that side with a lot more hair and a lot more energy than what I have today. But clearly a lot has changed. A lot has changed in the business environment, the leadership attributes, and there were things which you wouldn't imagine that point of time, which you end up seeing today. I'm absolutely loving the theme of enhancing identity for Indian business and leadership. And while I look forward to the sessions in the evening, I thought I could touch upon a couple of them right now. So the first thing which I wanted to speak around was, and let me step back, before I start, I usually like giving a disclaimer, and I thought I will do that again today. And this time it's based on a favorite WhatsApp picture or meme that I had seen a few years back, which said in Hindi, "Kripya yahan gyan na baatiye, yahan sab gyani hai." And paraphrased in English, "Please don't spread your knowledge bites. Everybody is knowledgeable here." And I say that with a lot of sincerity and humility because I strongly believe that knowledge and wisdom is best gained through your own experiences. Even the best of professors here at IIM Raipur will only show you the path. They will teach you the foundation, but it's you who has to use your own experiences to learn and move forward in life. So with that, let me come back to the topic. First, speaking about India itself, and clearly we are now the 5th largest economy, the fastest growing major economy in the world, distinctly visible in the global arena, and probably every country or every company worth its name wants to work with India, whether it is for product, solution, market, or even talent and capability. So it's a great time to be in India. But it wouldn't be a surprise to each one of you that a lot of what you're seeing right now is on back of a very low per capita GDP that we had for so many years. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised that with the starting salary that each one of you get, you would straight away be catapulted into the top 10% of the Indian income bracket. Now, the reason I'm mentioning that is not to create a negative tone or a sobering note, but for us to realize that the sheer potential which is available in front of us is much, much more than what you have seen so far. And it's incumbent upon us to lead that revolution and take India forward. And as I think about that, there are two considerations which always come in my mind thinking about Indian businesses. The first is, if you really look at several of the Indian consumers today, because we are in a globally interconnected world, the expectations of an Indian consumer is no less than that of a global consumer. So the standards expected here are as good as anywhere else in the world. But when you couple that with what progress would mean for India, it would really mean the ability to create products and solutions for a majority of the population here, if not everybody. And that then translates into the fact that you have to do it at a price point which is affordable for the majority of the population. So you have global standards on one side. You need to do it at a price point which is affordable by everybody. And as a corporate, you have to end up making profits as well. And a few years back, this conundrum would be very difficult for Indian businesses to solve. But today I can say that with technology and innovation, this is really possible, and a lot of examples already visible in the Indian arena. In fact, the state of India, the scale of India, the challenges that you will see when you just walk out on the road and see what's happening probably provides the best playing ground in the entire world to innovate and innovate at scale. And the world is actually looking at Indians and the talent in India to solve those problems, not just for themselves, but for taking the humanity forward all across the world. So it's incumbent upon us to seize that moment and lead this technology innovation or other technology-led innovation. So that was the first thing I wanted to speak about. Touching upon a little bit on the leadership part there, some of the leadership attributes which I think are important, and as I said, these are purely based on my experiences. The first one is linked to what I just spoke about, which is the ability to innovate at scale. Now, as I said, it's very easy for anybody or any corporate to create products or solutions for maybe the most profitable segment to survive. And you will make money there too. But as I said, the realization that progress happens when you create those solutions for everyone to thrive. And I would like to emphasize on the word everyone. Now that can happen through technology and innovation. But what is more important is the willingness, the mindset to make it happen. And that to me is the most important leadership attribute, which I see required today. So that's the first thing. The second, probably I'll take a leaf out of what we call the capability center setup, the offshoring centers, the ITES industry. And if any one of you have been through that, and if you go back, the roots were sowed, somewhere in the Y2K era. And it was all about looking at India for low-cost labor and low-complexity work. But you speak to any of the leaders today in that sector, including some of whom we are here, it's very clear that sustainable satisfaction will only come if the talent here is seen as no less than global standards, if not better. And what that requires as a leadership attribute is what I call global mindset. The ability to be bold, courageous, risk-taking, and not just being shy of taking on any of the global peers. So that's the second thing. The next two, I probably link it to the pace of change which is happening in the industry. And the most obvious one is around continuous learning. In technology lingo, as they say, the time gap between current and legacy continues to be significantly reducing. And as leaders, unless you create an environment and a culture of continuous learning, it becomes very difficult to stay relevant in the industry. And it requires everybody, including people like us, to be a participant in that and not just be a spectator. So that's the third thing I would say. And probably the last one I would say is, again, while the underlying technology keeps on changing every now and then, what becomes very important and even more important is staying customer-centric. In fact, in the traditional framework of desirability, feasibility, and viability, desirability has taken precedence like never before. And that will only happen if you go out and meet the customers. I mean, granted, data and analytics will tell you everything, but nothing can replace your interaction with the customers, your interaction with customers on the street, your interaction with the industry to find out what's happening. So to summarize 4 things, the first is the willingness and mindset to be inclusive and innovating at scale. Second is being having a global mindset, being bold and courageous. Third is the culture of continuous learning. And fourth, being customer centric. And before I end, I just thought I'll share a personal experience of mine. And this I can tell you is not the most thrilling or masala story, but it's very personal to me. And I thought I'll share it. Early on in my career, when I was very young and probably my first managerial role, I was managing a team and the software that the team was managing had a technical glitch. And there was, of course, a financial loss. And I can't get into the details, which, by the way, are very interesting, and I can't publicly speak about that. But it was significant enough, warranting a fact-finding meeting, which soon turned into a fault-finding meeting. And very quickly, the accountability or the proverbial scapegoat was towards the software engineer, who was probably the junior most in the hierarchy. Now, I, being close to that, very well knew that it was not his fault. It was purely circumstantial. And in that room, me being the next in the hierarchy from the bottom, I stood my ground against the entire consensus and made sure that nothing happened to the software engineer. Now, fast forward many years later, I was part of a similar transformation program, and my team had a very small role to play in that. And in another review meeting, not exactly similar, but a different meeting, I again pointed out, basis my perception of the signals there, that the program is going to fail. And I was shut down by the rest of the people in the room. And in my mind, I said, why should I worry? Big deal. Nothing is going to happen to me because my stake was very little in that program. But as things would turn out, 4 months later, the program in the typical IT lingo was termed red, deep red, declared a disaster. Now, it was not about the satisfaction that I got that I was correct. But what happened after that was a senior of mine who was very close to me lost his job because of that. And that time it really hurt. It hurt here. And that is the day when I decided that whatever be my convictions and beliefs, I will stand by them. As I said, the purpose of this personal experience, or rather boring story, was not to talk about the details, but more my belief that while a lot has changed, one leadership attribute which stays even relevant and probably more relevant today is what I call personal leadership. And it is all about staying true to your moral compass. There will be times, trust me, in your entire corporate career, where you will be tempted to take shortcuts. You would be tempted to compromise on your values, go by the most convenient path. But if you can stand by your belief system, the value system, and take hard and bold decisions, I can guarantee you your success will be even more sustainable and you will enjoy that success. So on that note, friends, I wanted to say that these are exciting times. A lot is happening in India and in the world. But it is tough to lead in this world. But the hardest thing is not leading the company or the brand or the segment. The hardest thing is leading yourself. On that note, thanks once again. Thanks for having me here. I wish all the best for everybody, for everything in life. And looking forward to the engaging sessions in the second half. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for the enlightening session.
I take immense pleasure in inviting our guest of honor, Shri Prabal Das Gupta, founder, Birdstone Consulting, Shri Prabal Das Gupta is a senior business leader, author, military veteran, and a thought leader. He has headed premier global consulting firms in India and South Asia. He is the author of a best-selling book, Watershed 1967, India's Forgotten Victory over China, and a columnist on strategic global issues. His book featured in select lists in Hindustan Times, Times of India, The Hindu, and in BBC and Discovery documentaries. He served for a decade in Indian Army and worked on a counter-terrorism and risk mitigation in Kashmir Valley. Mr. Prabal Das Gupta is an alumnus of Delhi College and Columbia University, New York. He has also been a Braun Myers Fellow, R.D. Setna Scholar, and J.N. Tata Scholar. In light of this, we request Shri Prabal Das Gupta to impart his insightful knowledge to our students.
Good morning, everyone. So happy to see a very young crowd in the audience, which is such a good way to start the morning. And thank you, sir. Thank you for inviting me over. It's a pleasure and a privilege. And as we often say, humbled very much in all senses, and truly so. This is a momentous occasion for you and us. I'll tell you why. I see two generations. I see two different generations, and Mr. Ranjan spoke about the India of today and where we are, how we are motoring along, and all of the other things that are around us as we step out of our campuses and step out into the world. The two worlds which I speak of is one world where some of the panelists and us that we inherit, and that world was India of the liberalization era, when we stepped out into our careers and India was newly liberalized, and that was a very different 90s generation where India was actually opening up the markets. Today, when you step out, it's a different generation where we are as a country. As Mr. Ranjan said, the world is looking at India. The country is more connected to the global markets, and a lot of the the investments are coming in, and everybody's looking towards India. So it's a very different era. I would call it the powerhouse era. So there's liberalization era and then the powerhouse era. So that's why I think it's a very momentous time that you are stepping out into the world. Now, the other reason why that is so is, we are talking about India becoming a $4 trillion economy, $5 trillion economy. But if you look at the progress, in the first 60 years, the nation built itself, and it took 60 years to make the first trillion, and then about under a decade for the next trillion, and then about 6 odd years for the third trillion. So, if you look at the rate of progress, the momentum, it has gathered pace over the years. We are also beneficiaries of demographic dividend, where you have more than 65% of the population under 35 or so. So what I wanted to emphasize on is how this global story is relevant to you. And in that sense, when you look at this entire change of ecosystem today, as we speak and discuss various things, we must also, and this is where I'd like to take your attention towards the larger events. At no point of time ever in history have we been so connected with the macro events that are going on elsewhere. And what we used to call black swans are no more black swans. They happen almost every year. Black swans are, momentous changing events that would happen once in a while, and where, you wouldn't find the rationale as to how they happened. But after COVID, we have seen, many of these events which kind of impact markets. We had various wars and conflicts going on across the world, and they have been impacting the global order, the global markets, supply chain. We had the Russia-Ukraine war, which is still going on. Now it's on the 5th and 6th pages of the newspaper. You've had there's a war in Gaza that started. Then you have the China-Taiwan tension. So when, as young professionals, when you step out into your orbits, companies, the one thing that I would like to encourage is to think about how these larger issues impact the functions of your companies, why certain things are happening as they are. You know, there is a connection there. When we talk about China and Taiwan, for instance, how so is the business connected? 92% of the semiconductor industry is based in Taiwan. And so therefore, you know, the artificial intelligence sector, the pharma, the automobiles, your Facebooks, your Googles, everyone gets affected if the semiconductor industry gets impacted. So a lot of these decisions of moving the back-end semiconductor industry is happening. We're also looking at what would happen between China and Taiwan in the next 4 or 5 years to come. So the political risks and the geopolitical risks, the geoeconomic risks, how they impact your companies, your functioning, your businesses, where you step out to, how would that impact innovation? How would that impact your change of course in terms of your business plans, etc., should very much be a part of how you look at your businesses and wherever you are, wherever you function. So the larger story impacts you today, impacts all of us today, unlike any other time in history. So that's one of the things which I wanted to emphasize. And as global money comes into India, that global money asks questions about corporate governance, questions about ESG, questions about how generative AI can be incorporated, integrated. So these are newer things, and change has never been faster and more constant than what it is now. So the interconnectedness is something that I would like to emphasize upon, and that's one of the things that I wanted to bring about. That talk about the look. This is more so today, especially when investments come in, especially when there is greater mobility amongst Indian professionals than earlier, much earlier, and it's going to be even more. So the ability to project the Indian ecosystem to the world and define it is something that rests on your shoulders as you step out. So this is the leadership, the business, and the interconnectedness part of which I wanted to talk about. The other thing is on a personal leadership development note. There are 3 C's that the alphabet C, Charlie, that I believe professionals, when they operate, need to have in their sights. One is clarity of thought, clarity of what you're going to be doing. The second one is confidence, the confidence to express what you have understood very well. And I'll give you an example which I often sort of recount. And the third one is conscience. I think something that we, as information bombards us in every which way, it's important for us to stay our ground, understand what is the right thing, and do it. I call it the classic leadership dilemma, which typically affects conscience when we are taking decisions at every level. You are your own leader as you step out, and what you decide is based on what you think is the right calling. When I talk about courage of conviction or conscience, or how do you resolve the leadership dilemma, it's about deciding which is the higher calling from amongst the choices that you would have in your everyday functions, in your leadership decision making, etc. One of the examples I can think of is I'm also part historian, so I often go back to examples and stories in history. 1987, General Sundarji used to be the chief of the Indian Army, and General Sundarji, the Indian Army was facing the PLA, the Chinese army, along the line of actual control, which is the border. And what had happened was there was an arrangement that nobody would occupy a particular piece of land. Both the armies would stay away. However, there was a report saying that the Chinese army had come closer and had occupied certain posts, which was in the Indian territory. So General Sundarji decided to surround and moved troops from the plains, moved troops through helicopters and in several other means. What it did was the movement of the troops and the positioning of the troops surrounded the Chinese army that was there at that point. Tensions mounted. What do? You can't get into a war kind of a scenario, right? So there was a call from Delhi made by the bureaucrats saying that, look, General Sundarji has been asked to move back the troops. So he said, no, I have taken up positions in a manner that the Chinese are going to retract because I'm the person on ground. I have known how this works here. This is what I'm going to do. But there was a pushback from Delhi saying that no, the Prime Minister says Prime Minister is not happy with what you have done, and the Prime Minister wants you to move back. So General Sundarji's reply to the Delhi bureaucrats at that point of time was, please ask the Prime Minister to change his advisor and get a better piece of advice. Now, it's not something that one would do, but he said that because he believed. So he said, he was told that, no, you have been asked to come back. He says, no, if I am asked, so I have signed up to protect the territorial integrity of the nation. If I'm asked to pull back and give away the land, then I would have rescinded on the oath that I had once taken. I would therefore resign and take you to court. Of course, it was a very radical response. But the point here is that he took a call based on the option of higher calling. The higher calling was to protect the territorial integrity of the country, which he was responsible of doing, as opposed to following a certain line of order, which he thought was not in line with the higher calling. The higher calling was to protect the country. So between the two options, he chose something that could have resulted in his being sacked. But what happened? To the credit of the Prime Minister, Mr. Rajiv Gandhi went to Somdorongchu, where this was happening. He landed there and he met with the troops and he asked them that, aapko yahan rehna hai ki piche jana hai? So the troops, one of them, raised his hand. He said, Saab, humko na yahan rehna hai, na piche jana hai. Aap hukum kare, humko aage jana hai. So that leads me to the point about teamwork, about collaborativeness, how the leader had inspired the troops who were at a very inhospitable terrain in difficult conditions, who were still very much inspired to do the tasks that they had been asked to do. So these are examples that that tell you and tell all of us that in times to come, there are going to be situations where we are confronted with difficult choices. And those difficult choices are decided, and they're not very easy decisions to make, but how you decide is based on what you choose to be your higher calling in that from amongst the choices that you have before you. We all talk about excellence, excelling as you go out. This is a great campus where you have a wonderful atmosphere of, reflection, research, enhancing your knowledge, and becoming better individuals. When we step out into the world, there are, everybody will tell us to excel and push us to do that, which is all very well. But the one little thought that I want to leave you with is again coming from a little story. And this is from a book by Hermann Hesse. And that story is about Narcissus and Goldmund. So Narcissus is somebody, so they grew up in an institution, in a very different institution, but again in an institution which was a cloister. But they were all trained to excel there. Narcissus, as the name suggests, was someone who was deeply involved with himself. How do you better yourself? What do you do? Don't make mistakes. Always ensure that you're also always trying to do things better, but you can't really accept failures. So that was the kind of attitude that he had, and he developed himself that way. Goldmund, on the other hand, stepped out, took risks, succeeded, failed, picked himself up again, and succeeded in covering a larger ground as they went along. So at the end of the book, they have a conversation. Narcissus said, look, what you did, you kind of, went through this failures and successes and black and white and several things. Look at me. I never made a mistake. I just took a path wherein I decided that, these are the things, these are the right things, those are the wrong things. And therefore, in my career, in my life, I've only seen light. So Goldmund tells him that the truth of this world is embracing both the light and the dark, all kinds of hues and colors, ups and downs. So that, to me, constitutes the journey of life. You would want to strive for excellence, but please remember, enjoy this journey after you step out of this place. Thank you very much, and thank you for coming here and having me over.
Thank you so much, sir, for your enlightening words. We will now move on to the next phase of the summit, which is the fireside chat. As our theme suggests, emerging identity for Indian business and leadership, to which Sri Prabal Das Gupta shed some light on Indian economy, global interconnections, and how geopolitical risk will impact our economy and businesses. Sir also talked about global money, corporate governance, and teamwork. Also, Sri Satya Prakash Ranjan also suggested that we should be willing to innovate, have a global mindset, should be looking to learn continuously, and focus on customer centricity. So to take this idea forward, I would now request Professor Ramkumar Kakani, Director, IIM Raipur, Sri Prabal Das Gupta, Guest of Honor, and Sri Satya Prakash Ranjan, Chief Guest, to take the fireside chat forward.
We have how much time out there with us? So I would start by asking one or two experiences wherein you think our students can take home a significant portion of what possibly you were emphasizing, Satya Prakash, regarding. I'd address you as SPR and to you as Prabal. So SPR, I want you to share your experiences of what you did in the college and how does that impact your work now? So that some of our students kind of benefit from that experience and take home some lessons. So what was it that you possibly adhered to, did, and how it has impacted your work culture and benefited you in the long run?
Sure. Thank you, Ram. And just to be again giving a disclaimer, I was not prepared for this question. And somebody asking me to remember what I did 26 years back, it does make me think. One, of course, I was very privileged that probably it was the second last or the last semester, we had a visiting professor, and I remember his name was Professor B.B. Chakrabarti. And when I was coming out of one of the classes, he called me and was just having a chat, and he said, whatever happens, Satya, used to call me Satya, not SPR, but whatever happens, Satya, just go after what you like doing. And don't just go after the most high paying job or something like that. And while I'll come back to what I learned in IMC, but this stuck to me. And just to give few examples, I've changed job 3 or 4 times. And in 3 of those 4 cases, I have moved at a salary lesser than what I was getting in my prior job, because I like to do something. I was going after something which I felt is something which I want to do. And I want to leave that message because, as I said, you will end up making money anyways. I mean, whether your corporate career is 20 years, 25, 30, whether you do startups, big corporations, you'll end up making money anyways. But what is more important is to sustain that. And for that, always going after what you like doing. Now, sometimes you wouldn't know unless you try it out. So it's okay to have varied experiences. I'm not suggesting anywhere that you should not be loyal to your company, but just go after what you like doing. So that was one thing which happened in IIM. Of course, not necessarily through the classrooms, but I go back to that theme around continuous learning. And there is a lot which is changing today, right? I mean, when I finished my engineering, which was before my MBA, the moment I had entered IIT, which was like, in 1990, the feeling was, okay, you've entered IIT, why do you need to worry now? So you're almost in a state of, let me somehow get a good job, let me somehow get good marks and come out of the institute. Then I worked for a year and I fell in love with technology before I joined IIM. And that's when I realized, with the pace of change that's happening through technology, you have to continuously keep learning. And that's one thing which probably has stayed with me. And I'm not saying I know a lot, but just that curiosity is still alive in me. So it doesn't matter whether it's something new which I just can't understand at all. I still try and take a stab at it, try and understand, at least gain some experience out of it. So that would be probably the most important thing which probably has stayed with me so far. Right. But again, as I said, 26 years, Ram. So, Mr. Director, and very difficult to remember.
That's Ram is good enough. So what I can take, I can possibly note down 2 things there. One, continuous learning, which is the second part of it, and the first part which you are mentioning through what possibly the conversation you had with BBC, wherein you're essentially saying, pursue things that you're passionate about, not just at a later point in time, possibly while choosing careers that are there. Money and other things will come, but don't worry too much about it or get worked up about those things, right? So, right. Prabal, I was wondering, what does it mean by, while leadership has been a topic which possibly you can say it's a hurrah word, wherein everyone might kind of thinks that they are leaders, and I'm sure they are in their own ways and means. I wanted to know, what does it mean by leadership of today? And with some illustrations out there, if you could stress on leadership of today. That is, how's that? What are those key ingredients in the corporate sector, and how does that reflect out there?
Thank you. Yes, it's an interesting question, and I've often, the earlier part I spoke about being collaborative. I think it's become even more so today. Companies, I think Baker McKinsey at the end of the year emphasizes on business development through collaboration. So, there's when I was at Kroll and Duff and Phelps, the idea was to understand what the other divisions are doing and what the other functions are doing. And one has moved further away from being siloed within the organization also. It's become much more interconnected within. So you need to be able to know how the other functions work, what happens. Is there something that you can do together as an organization? I think it's become more collaborative. It's become, one has to be more conscious about how, and it's also got to do with, creating or making use of the opportunities in the market. For instance, you had in Duff and Phelps and Kroll, the company I was in, so we used to do, we still do, I mean, not we, then the IPL valuations, the entire, and then from there, you would have these various IPL teams that they would consult on other issues as well. Or there's another division that had been doing a lot of work in the restructuring side. So when you look at the restructuring side, there are lots of other opportunities on the forensic side that come up, asset evaluation, etc., asset quality. So, if one division were to assess and evaluate and not share thoughts, so sharing, collaborating, I think leadership has become more of that. And as we grow as organizations, everyone realizes that there is enough space in the market for people to grow together. And possibly the size of the market is growing faster than the kind of opportunities that you can really compete for. So therefore, it gives you a lot of scope, a lot of space, and that's one side. The other thing is that leadership has become, I spoke about conscience and conviction. I think it's become more important that we are able to, when we are setting examples, I think these are leadership by example. By setting an example is one way to get your team on your side and be inspired, rather than talk about concepts and talk about how one should. It's not a top-down leadership anymore. It's a leadership that is all embracing, that is setting one's example, setting an example, and and that would inspire others to follow. And I have seen it across a diverse areas. I started my career in the armed forces, and there again, one has to, and that's the leadership of today, that one had to do all the physical, have all the physical attributes, whether it's your running or shooting or your combat, as good as the troops that you command. Otherwise, it's not a top-down thing. It's not something that and also you had to be good at tactics, your strategic thinking, and the other part, and the management side. So today, I think it's become one of the aspects that I see here in the leadership today is becoming everyone else, embracing everyone in terms of how you want to go about it. And the example I gave about companies doing it that way, or from the armed forces, how it's set. It's by setting one's example holds true today more than ever.
Thank you. I think I've noted down a few points which you mentioned, which are quick take-homes. One is increasing collaborativeness, increasing opportunities, ability to identify opportunities, latch on to them. And leadership of the modern day is not top-down. And then you're also trying to stress on the aspect of inclusivity, or embracing essentially the diversity that is there in the world around, right? Fantastic. So now what we do is, while I know we can have the fireside chat, but would also like some of our students to participate and ensure fantastic, you can say, Q&A. So maybe students in the seat F8 and F9 can be given the mic to see if they can, if anyone can give the mic to F8 and F9, please, such that we can have some questions from them. seat number F8 and F9. Yeah.
So,
You can ask questions of your choice and take better kind of, first introduce yourself, of course, and then.
good morning to the panelists. I am Nandita Pandey, PGP batch 22-24. And I would like to ask, what are some values which would help us in developing leaders in the modern world?
Thanks, Nandita, and some of which Prabal just touched upon, inclusiveness, collaborativeness. I mean, I absolutely agree with that. I would, if I have to think of what beyond that, the only two other things I would add is, and probably, I don't know how many of you here have done strategy, and I'm sure most of you have done strategy. And how many of you like strategy, right? Yeah. So, I mean, one thing which I experienced again as part of my learning journey was, and I strongly believe is, as part of strategic thinking, often we focus a lot on strategy, but we forget on thinking. And in my mind, that is equally, if not more important, which is in this fast-paced world, how do you from time to time pause and think, where are you headed? What are you trying to do? What are the various factors? And I've seen this with me, and I've seen this with several of my colleagues, where in just the pace that we are at, we forget to think and pause. So that's another thing I would say, pause and think. That's one thing. Second thing I would say is empathy, and which is a little bit part of inclusiveness, but it applies to customers, it applies to employees, it applies to everybody, right? So whether if you can go out and relate to what the customer is wanting, that will make you come back with a solution very, very quickly. Same with your employees. I mean, Prabal touched upon the era of command and control is gone. I mean, it's neither true at home, and I'm sure some of you are far younger, and I don't know what your experience with your parents have been, but it's neither true at home, nor in corporate environment, nor anywhere else. So I think these are the things which are important. And of course, there are a whole host of things. But lastly, I will say, be yourself. You don't have to worry about what I said, what Prabal said, or what Professor Ram says, right? Who you are, what your unique experiences are, shape yourself. There's enough in this world to create niche for yourself. That's how I would, probably answer that. I don't know, Prabal, if you want to add.
No, I think you've covered most of it. Just the one thing is that keep yourself open to the changes that occur around you. One of the great things, and I forgot to mention this, and which is what I see here, is the gender diversity that you have. I think a lot of things continue to change in the world, and I think embracing the change that is happening. For instance, COVID-19 again. The way we would work pre-COVID and the way we work during COVID and after that has changed. The way we see the world. And the world is fast changing. So the changes are going to be even more so in the decade that you step into. So keeping yourself open to the changes that happen around you, and not sort of collide against the changes, but understand why they're happening. I think that enables us to be more resilient, more embracing of the changes, and understand how do I work with changing times, changing resources, people who are different in terms of organizations. I think that is the other thing, keeping yourself more open towards all the changes that happen around you, which are going to be faster than earlier.
Right. So let me restate. One was essentially ability to reflect, that is stand before a mirror or something like that often and see, are you kind of doing what was that purpose out there which you had come for? And then the other aspect is observing sensitively towards the changes that are there around, which is what you've been mentioning about. So to my thanks, Nandita, I think let me summarize what possibly I had noted down here, and then we open the floor for questions and answers. So we started by saying, look, there is that willingness to innovate at scale, which is India of that. You started with the first pointer was that. Second, I think there was this idea that willingness to innovate at scale essentially was also, you mentioned 2 to 3 words which were like global mindset focused on sustainable satisfaction, which is the second thing which you mentioned. And third, you also mentioned on a culture of continuous learning. That is, modern day India and Indian business needs to find ways and means to have a culture of continuous learning. Fourth, you mentioned underlying technology technology which is customer centric. That is essentially being customer centric. And fifth, of course, you mentioned on traits of what we call as personal charisma, personal energy, personal leadership, wherein the aspects which are essentially understanding self and aspects such as those. And in terms of the take homes which Prabhalda mentioned, he mentioned on essentially multiple things, but I'll put it as being essentially aware of the if when you are taking money from the globe, that is, when you are taking money from the outside, we should be open to aspects such as ESG, that is ESG compliance, or possibly moving beyond compliance, corporate governance, and multiple aspects related to those, apart from international standards and aspects such as those that are there. And second, you also mentioned on how important it is to appreciate that the global story is relevant to us. And third, you also kind of, in that sense, you also said that, look, earlier there used to be once in a while, and hence we used to call black swan events. But you said that, look, that the black swan events are far more regular today than what they are. And of course, there were this message from you regarding clarity, confidence, and conscience, which one should be aware of. And in terms of the next question, which I kind of asked you, you mentioned on the aspect of continuous learning and pursue things you like. And then there was this aspect of collaborativeness, opportunities, identifying opportunities, and embracing inclusiveness. And of course, being reflective and aspects of that. So the floor is open for questions and answers. Those who have, please go ahead.
Very good afternoon, panelists. My name is Vibhav. I'm from the PGP batch of 22-24. And I have a question for Ranjan sir. Sir, in your opening remark, you said that we are the 5th largest major economy and we're growing at a pace which is the fastest in the world. And you also said that businesses are being developed at scale. Now, bringing it back to the theme of the summit, which is Indian business and leadership. Now, let us say if a couple of years down the line, I want to start a business. So a small business, and then when I take it to scale, does the business shape leadership skills into me, or do I need leadership skills to shape the business at scale?
I mean, good question. I mean, I would say I didn't do a startup, so probably can't answer that way. But from my experience, I would say it's both intertwined, right? I mean, when you start something, it's important to, as I said, in the current state of things, be very clear of what the customer need is, right? Because I've seen enough people getting wowed by the technology or something else and just starting something, forgetting about what really the customer needs, right? What you will realize, and even though the interest rates have risen in past few months and all, the cost of capital since earlier days, what used to be in our times, since then is far lesser than what it's available today. There are enough rich people in the world who don't know where to invest. So if you have a good proposition, capital will come, right? Similarly, your entry strategy in terms of infrastructure is far lesser because you have huge computing power available as cloud. You can do it as an OpEx, doesn't need a big CapEx investment. So the entry barriers are very less. So all you need is a good customer idea to begin with, right? Now that gets you started. The challenge, of course, is how do you scale, right? Because I've seen enough companies who either try and take help of others and become bureaucratic in the process when they go large, or just in the form of energy, forget what are some basic foundational things to be done. So I think balancing that again becomes important. but you will learn through your own journey, as I said, right? It's your experiences. There'll be enough people to support you. I can tell you, it is pretty much an ecosystem play today, right? You might not be able to do everything yourself. There'll be enough people to support you, but your learnings are what will either make or break that more than anything else. So I don't know if I answered that, but essentially it's intertwined, right? You have to have a good idea. At the same time, it's your experiences who will take that business forward.
Thank you so much, sir.
Right. So I think the way I understood two things which are very differentiating in the modern day compared to the erstwhile generation. One, lower cost of capital. Second, lower capex needed. And these two things in some sense enable entrepreneurship much more for Indian business and Indian leadership than what it was in the past, right? Next question, please. Yeah. Stand up.
Good afternoon, panelists. Good afternoon, answer. My name is Ishani Kulkarni. I'm from the PGP batch of 22-24. My question is open to both of you. So my question is, all the IIMs or for that matter, any B school, the pedagogy is learning from cases. So everything that we learn is through cases and real life examples. Although that was developed by Harvard and specifically in an American context, while like the topic is enhancing identity of Indian business and the dynamics of Indian business are so different, which might not be best covered with cases that are essentially not even Indian. And you being from the industry, do you think that that is best aligned with what our industry practices, or if something more needs to be changed or added to this pedagogy than just American cases? If you could.
I would love Ram to answer that, but
yeah, I think that's a good one. But the point, see, it's like this. Harvard cases, definitely, yes, we do use them. I'll put it this way that already we've started our own case repository. And I'd promised that it'll be there in 13 different languages, 4 international and 9 Indian languages. It is not just complying to new NEP, that is the NEP 2020 in terms of having case literature in multiple languages, Ishani, but also in terms of ensuring that it caters to the international audience that are there. And in that sense, our case repository has just started. I think we've got, and each and every case is double blind reviewed. In other words, it's not as if you're my friend and hence your case essentially is as good as accepted the moment you submit. However, it will take time. That the need has been mentioned last year, and we've already started. And my sense is by possibly FY 2026, you should be seeing us having at least 100 odd cases at IIM Raipur, which are co-authored. And in 13 different languages. That's not, we are not talking of 1 or 2 languages out there. So there is, you can say, that's where I say that the team out there of IIM Raipur family is creating magic. In terms of the other aspect that is there, so one of my colleagues out there mentioned, Jitin has actually walked out. He said, "Case likhte likhte main khud case ban jaunga." So I think that's how I'll put it. Thank you, Ishani.
And I'll just add, I mean, it's great that we are doing this, and but I would still say, going back to what I said earlier, 2 things. One, it's okay to look at global cases as well, because as we said, we want to set global standards, and it's no more just India standards. Second thing I would say is the purpose of case studies in this campuses, again, is what I said, it forces you to think, right? And in my opinion, more than what you learn about the strategy piece through that courses, it's that ability to think, and the professors are there to guide you for thinking. And that will hold you true whenever you encounter any new case or any new thing in this industry when you step out.
The only thing I would like to, I have not been as lucky as you are to go to the IIM. So I can only give you a little, my experience from Columbia in the US in terms of the case studies. Everybody talks about Harvard case studies, but you know, universities have their own case studies, have their own database, and have built up over the years. As Professor Kakani said, this is something that is quite remarkable that you're doing here. So I think it is also like SP said, it has to, of course, you attain global standards, etc. But the context is also very important. So I think as more cases get built out, those ones will bring in the context which are relevant as Indian professionals, who are also, which also address the global requirements, etc. But it's also very much relevant to our understanding here too. So I think it's a great opportunity, and I'm so happy that you're doing this here.
Yeah. So essentially, we are talking of two things here. One is globalizing Indian thoughts, which is what Ishani was pointing out. The other is essentially embracing the global thoughts and capturing the best of them out there, right? Thank you. Next question. And let it be anchored into the theme and the discussions that are there and stuff, I think.
Hello, good afternoon, panelists. My name is Swati. I'm from PGB Batch 2024. So, as Ranjan sir mentioned, India is still seen as offshorer rather than onshorer, and Indian talent is on par to the global standards, if not greater than that. So, why India is still as offshore? Like, why companies don't see it as onshorer?
Yeah, I mean, when I was mentioning that, I was mentioning of how it had started in a few years back. But today, I would dare say the talent in India is looked for the best pieces of innovation, the best pieces of R&D. Now, of course, if you have a business segment that you're dealing in a different country, you will have someone there who's responsible for that. And that's why having a context of India becomes important. But I mean, just to paraphrase what I said earlier, I didn't mean that today we are still seen as an offshore center or not. I mean, in fact, most of the in-house capabilities that you hear today, we don't even call ourselves as offshore centers. We call ourselves as global centers and that sort of thing. So it has changed. Is that the peak where some of our leaders would be satisfied with? No, I think we can still go further, and it's incumbent upon, as I say, the budding leaders to take it forward. So I would say we have crossed that hurdle very clearly.
Prabal, I would like you to add to this particular question using your experience of Reliance versus Amazon in terms of how this particular, you can say, you can share that particular experience to show how we move beyond GCC.
Yeah, so I think I would just add here saying that, Indian talent, I would focus on greater mobility, greater global mobility, and that will, and we're getting there in terms of the earlier thought that offshoring here would be economically better. I think that with greater Indian mobility and Indian executives heading firms elsewhere, looking after regional responsibilities. I can give you an example. I mean, you see lots of, earlier what used to happen, and I've seen that in the consulting space as well, that, look in Singapore and Hong Kong and, other places, you would have a larger concentration of Americans and, others who would come and run the firms or be in important positions. I think that is changing. You see lots of Indian executives in different, leadership positions at all levels in different parts of the globe. So I think that will kind of level out what we're talking about. And it's not just offshoring, but I think there's a lot more intermixing. People travel. I think that will, and it's also the role of the Indian economy, and which is playing a part in this.
You're right. So let me just add a little bit out there in terms of about 2 months back. I was there in New York, wherein I was meeting 2000, you can say 9-10 batch MBA students, about 5 of them. And I was speaking to them, and indirectly my hint was, are they thinking of coming back, or are they thinking of being there? And almost everyone out there, whether someone working in a Goldman Sachs or in some other space out there, or you can say one person working in American retail chain, Walmart, almost all of them, my own students, MBAs from various spaces out there, ended up saying they would like to come back. And I was shocked that that country has lots of freedom. You do what you want, and grass and everything is available for free, etc., etc. And yet, what they said is, sir, यहाँ पे 0.5%, 1% growth के लिए we have to kind of there's so much of it is so tough, and it's so difficult out there. Whereas look at HDFC or HDFC Bank or something like that, there is a continuous growth rate of more than 10%, and not just for 1 year, 2 year, we're talking of over 25 years, 20, 25 years. And that these opportunities are non-existent out there in outside the Indian space, and that possibly also makes it a compelling case of why we are moving away from the offshore to far more Indian models. Next question, please.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Kashish Verma, PGP batch 2224. My question is directed to Ranjan sir. That, sir, in your address, you very captivatingly focused on everyone, saying that everyone should thrive under a leadership. So, sir, like thinking again about it on the other face of coin, in any organization, the mindsets are heterogeneous of people. Like not everyone thinks in the same way. People have different ideologies and different opinions. So as future leaders, it will be very difficult for us to cater what everyone wants and bring everyone together for a consensus. So what will be your advice to us on catering that difference in ideologies?
Sure, and I mean very clearly, and which is probably talked in every organization these days. Look, as they say, diversity is a fact, but inclusion is the act, right? So being aware of every need, being aware of every segment doesn't mean that you will not still be aligned on your larger purpose, vision, and goal. What it means is, first, you're empathetic to everybody, you're listening what their needs are. And any corporate, is so wide. There's so many possibilities. Like even if you have a small 10-member team, I can guarantee you all 10 are likely to be very, very different and unique in their own ways, right? But you as a leader have to invest the time to understand them. And as long as they're aligned to the larger purpose, the how is what matters. So you cannot force, as an example, in the old era of command and control, you will say, this is the way. You just cannot do that. You make sure that they're aligned with the purpose, they're empowered, and then they're together reaching the goal. So that's what I meant. The other thing when I mentioned about everyone to thrive was also on innovation, right? And often what is very natural for any company to do is to quickly go with the theme of segmentation, figuring out what is the most profitable segment. Let me create products for that, make money and move forward. I think for a country like India, and true for several other nations as well, if you're not able to create products for every segment, very soon the economy will stagnate. And that is also important from the thinking about the offerings for the end consumers as well. So both ways, I think it applies. But as I said, I don't think it's a challenge, and the entire ecosystem in all corporates today promotes this in a very big way, and it takes very little to just learn. Of course, you will add your own stamp to it. So that's how I think about it.
Last one more question, please.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Ayush from PG Batch 2224. Recently, there was a statement came from Narayan Murthy, sir, about the 70 hours work of per week for Indians. My question here on pertaining to the enhancing identity for Indian business, we highlighted that point of the GDP per capita being around $8,000, which is not at par with the comparable countries like China and Taiwan. So are we lacking leadership on the productivity side, or is it on the innovation? And so what is the difference right now at the present stage as compared to the other countries, the global leadership and the Indian leadership?
First of all, you referred to Mr. Murthy, and with all humility, I clearly can't comment on his statements. I mean, he's a far senior and distinguished leader on that aspect. And I think it was blown out of proportion. If he had said that for us to progress as a nation, there is a lot more hard work required without stating the numbers, things would have been fine. I think he ended up just saying 70 hours. And very clearly, it all depends on what you're passionate about, right? I can tell you there are times when I wouldn't mind working 100 hours without anybody asking me to do that. But there are times when even 40 hours will appear very long and, procrastinating and everything. So I think it depends on the whole thing around what are you passionate about, right? And whether India is lacking global leadership and others, I would say there's always a past, right? I mean, we suddenly can't become from our current state to become like a US or China straight away, because there is a long history, there's a long legacy. But the growth path is ahead for us. I think the leadership of today in India is as good as what you could get anywhere. You're getting international support as well in terms of investments. We spoke about that. So if we continue on this path, I'm sure this will be a place which will be even bigger powerhouse than what we have alluded to, right? So I don't think it's the lack of leadership or anything. It is just the time that you have to give. I mean, there is a legacy, it has taken a while, the style of businesses, when we liberalized, all of those things. So give us some time. I mean, let's all of us give some time and we will do it. But it's incumbent upon us to be passionate about that vision.
Yeah.
That we have to take this country forward, right? And the country forward doesn't mean just the population segment of 200 million or 300 million. We are talking of the most populous country now, right? It's 1.4 billion. And how do you create something for everybody?
Prabal, I think I want you to add to it. But essentially, the crux of what you said is essentially what I used to see in advertisement, and in some sense, also passionate about it. When you work, you play, and when you play, you work. Essentially, it's on those lines. That is, if you're doing what is meaningful to you, you are largely speaking, you are enjoying life. And in that sense, 70 hours should be a walk in the park and not anything else. Prabal, I want you to add to that.
Yeah, I just add one little line that there's also, the way I would put it is that if you choose what you like, you'll never have to work a single day. So we're not even going into the hours. So I think that is how I'd put it. And it's, as Mr. Ranjan said, it's also a metaphorical expression that you got to work hard to do what you have to do, and it's linked again to what you choose to do. The one thing that I would like to add here also is that what do we like to do? What is it that one would like to do? And I've seen the preferences change. You might want to do certain things, something between the age of 20 and 30. That would change when you're in your 30s, and you might want to become an entrepreneur when you're 40, or maybe when you're 30. So I think it's not cast in stone that you had decided to do certain things, and therefore you can't alter the course of your pursuit, because every decade brings along experiences, introspection, reflection on what happened, how you could have done certain things, opportunities, and as I said earlier, a changing world. So all of those things continue to happen in our lives, and it's important to, again, as I've said earlier, that embrace all those changes. It's important to not miss the wood for the trees. Hard work, yes, we've got to do hard work. Number of hours, I think each one is entitled to look at what works for him or her. But I think the underpinning point is that yes, we are in a very exciting stage, and we must look forward to making use of that.
Right. I think we seem to have taken fair bit of time, and possibly we can close it out, right? So thanks to both of you for absolutely fantastic inputs, and over to you.
Thank you
And
so much, sir.
before that, thanks for the wonderful questions. I mean, it speaks about the quality of students, and some of them forced us to think. I mean, it was not a impromptu answer. We really had to think hard. So thank you once again.
So as I say, they are diamonds, and diamonds, they're raw diamonds, just need polishing, and I'm sure each one will be a Kohinoor out there.
Thank you so much, sir. I would now like to thank you, the panel, for an interesting and insightful discussion.
Now, I would like to invite Professor Rahul B. Hiramat to deliver a vote of thanks. Professor Hiramat holds a master's degree from BITS Pilani and a PhD from the Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore, followed by a postdoctoral research fellowship at London School of Economics and Political Science. He has actively collaborated with several renowned international organizations, including DFID UK, SDC, Global Environmental Fund, and World Bank on numerous research projects. He has several publications in peer-reviewed journals. We welcome you, sir.
Thank you, and very good afternoon to everybody. I am here to propose my. Thank you. Okay. I would like to propose my vote of thanks. Before proposing my vote of thanks, I was listening to both of the dignitaries, or rather the three of the dignitaries here on the stage, and I do want to narrate a small incident. As Prabalda already talked about the historical event, this also case comes from the historical event. The time period was 1979. And the place district was called Etawah, and the police station there is called the Urahar. It was a normal time. This was in the October and November of the same months, which was happening there. And an old man with 77 years old entered the police station with a very toddler kind of a space, a very dirty space, very dirty clothes, without chappals, without the hairs being a little bit gone off, and came and wanted just enter the police station. Once he entered the police station, the police constable came back and said, what are you wanting here? Then he said, I want to file a report. Then he said, what is the report for? He said, the report is for that I have lost 2,000 rupees, 1979. He said, I have lost 2,000 rupees, and this 2,000 rupees was helping me to buy a bullock, which I was about to use for my agricultural stuff. The constable laughed at him. He said, you cannot have 2,000 rupees. You should have drank an alcohol. And to save yourself, you are just coming and trying to get a report out of it, and he was thrown away. So this person went off to the compound wall and was sitting down with his hand on the head. And doing this sympathy, the inspector said that, okay, go constable, just have a look at it, what he wants. And he wants and says in his ears, we will take your report, but we'll take a bribe. And that bribe, he said, mentioned a good amount of figure. He said, I cannot give a bribe because I don't have money. Then he said, we cannot do so, but we'll give 50% discount if you give a bribe. Finally, it was agreed, and the old man started walking to the police station. The Munshi came back and said, let's write a report. And the report was written. The report was written saying that he lost this 2,000 rupees where he lost for the bullock, and he couldn't do so. And finally, the Munshi asked that we have written now. Now, I think you will put a thumb. He said, yes, I'll put a thumb. So the ink pad was kept to him to the next point, where he said, now you can use this. And there was a pen. And the Munshi turned a little bit of his head. This person removed something from his pocket, a stamp, put onto this ink pad, made a wet ink pad, and put a stamp onto that paper, and signed something and kept it out. This was taken back by the Munshi, and then he said that what is looked at. After he's looking at, he just stood up and saluted. Suddenly, the earthquake, tsunami, and volcano came in that police station. It was written, Prime Minister of India, Chaudhary Charan Singh, Bharat Sarkar. So what I'm trying to state here, immediately the convoy came. The person who was dirty put up his pant, shirt, and sit in the convoy. He was a letter, the personal assistant gave a letter to the police station, and the whole police station was dismissed in a single day. So the quality of leadership, what I would like to talk about here, talked about consumer-based relationships, bold and innovative. And we also talked about personal relationships. And this was seen by 1979 by the Chaudhary Charan Singh, who was the only prime minister who was there for 6 months. But the role of leadership was very much prominent. So I think the case which we are there for this session, also talks about enhancing identity for Indian businesses and leadership. And I would like to now thank the vote of thanks. I want to propose my vote of thanks. Before starting my vote of thanks, I would like to thank the chief guest, Sri S.P. Ranjanji, who the India head of Telstra, who talked about the leadership in a different notions, and it was very much motivating. I would also like to thank the chief guest, the guest of honor, Shri Prabal Das Gupta ji, the founder, the Birdstone Consultancy, which was also helpful. And I would also like to thank our Professor Ram Kumar Kakani for always helping and actively supporting and providing the guidance for it. The whole session would not have been complete without the placement committee team as a group. I would like to thank Professor Rashmi Shukla ji. I would like to thank Surya Narayan ji. I would like to thank Girish ji. I would like to thank Vaishak ji and the faculty team also, who is a part of placement committee, and the students who brought this nectars together, this Panchamrut, the 5 days event, the 5 events which we're having. I call it as a Panchamrut all together to bring a good ecosystem of businesses so that wisdom passes across. And finally, I would like to thank our esteemed faculty members and as well as the students. Without them coming here and gracing this occasion, this would not have been successful. So namaskar, thank you and welcome. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
I would now request Professor Ramkumar Kakani, Director, IIM Raipur, to present our chief guest, Sri Satya Prakash Ranjan, with a memento.
I would request Dean External, Professor Satya Siva Das, to present our guest of honor, Sri Prabal Das Gupta, with a memento. I would like to invite Chairperson Placements to join the panel for the photograph. Thank you, everyone. We now move towards the conclusion of the first session of the day. We would now request all the dignitaries and the faculty members to join for lunch, and all the students to please be seated. Students may leave now.
Yes, you need to sit immediately and occupy the front rows.
We have an important announcement to make. In line with our commitment to a plastic-free leadership summit, there is a drinking water facility located outside the hall for your convenience.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon to everyone present here. I, Ayushi Yadav,
And I, Prabhakar Sharma,
warmly welcome you to the first panel discussion of the day on the topic Skill and Talent Management for Doubling the Indian Economy.
India possesses a vast array of skill and talent amongst its citizens. The true potential lies within leveraging this for continuous economic growth, leading to a path where it multiplies. To gain further insights on the topic, I would now request the distinguished panelists and the moderator to join us on stage.
I would now like to take the privilege of introducing our esteemed panelist. I take the immense pleasure in inviting our first panelist, Shri Prabal Das Gupta founder, Birdstone Consulting. Mr. Das Gupta is a senior business leader, author, military veteran, and thought leader. He has headed premier global consulting firms in India and South Asia. He is the author of a best-selling book, Watershed 1967, India's Forgotten Victory over China, and a columnist on strategic global issues. His book featured in select list in Hindustan Times, Times of India, The Hindu, and in BBC and Discovery documentaries. He served for a decade in Indian Army and worked on counterterrorism and risk mitigation in Kashmir Valley, Northeast India. He is an alumnus of Delhi College and Columbia University. He has also been a Braun Myers Fellow, R.D. Sethna Scholar, and J.N. Tata Scholar. We welcome you, sir.
I am honored to introduce our second guest for today, Ms. Parimita Gupta, CEO, Global FSS Capgemini. Ms. Gupta is the Global CEO, Financial Services Practices in Capgemini. She has over 2 decades of multi-industry, multi-domain experience in managing large global operations, organization-wide transformation, business development, insights and data, talent and complex change management. Ms. Gupta is an economics graduate from Presidency College, Calcutta, and holds a management degree from IIM Calcutta. She has held leadership role in HSBC, iGate, and Accenture before joining Capgemini. In her current role, she is responsible for building and capabilities and developing skills of a 40,000 strong global team, as well as steering the financial and economic excellence of the function. We welcome you, ma'am.
I now have the pleasure of introducing our third panelist, Mr. Syed Haq, Associate Director, Maybach Consulting. Mr. Haq is a seasoned business leader and a consultant at Maybach Consulting Group. He has over 25 years of experience in industry and management consulting, covering a breadth of functions such as business strategy, financial modeling, sales, marketing, business development, supply chain, and manufacturing. He has worked in practicing manager roles at Titan and Reckitt, in strategy consulting roles at Tata Strategic Management Group, EY, and Maybach Consulting. Sir holds a mechanical engineering degree from BIT Mesra and an MBA from IIM Calcutta. Sir, we are honored to have you here with us.
Our 4 distinguished guests for the discussion is Ms. Sabita Vupala, Global BFSI Practice Lead, Collabora Digital. Ms. Vupala has over 24 years of BFSI leadership experience globally as banker, management consulting practice lead, and business development P&L lead. She currently leads Collabora Digital's global financial services practices based in India. In her last role with MasterCard Singapore, she was real-time payments business head for APAC geography. Prior to that, she worked with firms like IBM, Cognizant, and Infosys across North America and APAC markets. Ms. Vupala has done her MBA from IIM Calcutta and Executive Client Partnerships Program from Wharton. Ma'am, we welcome you to the first panel discussion today.
I would now take the privilege to introduce the moderator for this discussion, Professor Badrinarayan Shankar Pawar, Professor HRM and Organizational Behavior, IIM Raipur. Professor Pawar is an accomplished academician with an impressive educational and professional background. He earned his PhD from Oklahoma State University in 1996. With over 2 decades of teaching and research experience, Sir has made significant contribution to the field of management and organizational behavior. His teaching expertise spans postgraduate and PhD levels, including approximately 12 years at esteemed institutions such as Indian Institute of Management, 4 years each at the National Institute of Bank Management and City University of Hong Kong, solidifying his reputation as an educator of high regard. Thank you, sir, for being here with us.
Now, I would like to request Professor Rashmi Shukla, Chairperson Placement, to felicitate the panelists with a bouquet.
Shri Prabal Das Gupta.
Miss Parimita Gupta.
Mr. Saeed Haq.
Miss Savita Bopala.
Professor Badrinarayan Shankar Pawar.
Thank you, ma'am.
I now request Professor Pawar to take the panel discussion ahead.
Good afternoon to all of you. Madam, you have to stand up there. Yes. Sitting. Yeah. So, am I audible? Okay. So thank you for being here, and we pray that this session of today is beneficial for you as you step into your managerial careers year or two down the line. With our esteemed panelists here, I would keep my intervention minimal so that we get the best out of their expertise and experience for you. So we deliberated a little bit before the session as to what this topic should address. And there were two possible levels. One is the macro level. At the level of economy, how do you really manage your talent and skill pool? And second is at the micro level within organizations. Of which I thought the second part would be more relevant for you because we as managers are going to manage work units, organizations, not economy. Secondly, managing talent pool for the economic growth or doubling the Indian economy also in turn imply that you have to manage each organization well, because when you manage organization management is more productive than economy would go. So with these considerations, we felt that we focus more on micro perspective because it's relevant to you, and ultimately that's where the output is created. Right? That's the primer of economic growth. So we'll be focusing on basically micro perspective for these two reasons, and in which we thought that managing skill and talent would have multiple components such as attracting the talent. Then once you attract it, developing, nurturing it, utilizing, getting the most out of it, and also giving it a sense of fulfillment, giving it back, retaining the talent, and then ultimately also creating talent pool for future requirements. Because changes are happening very rapidly. So how do you anticipate the requirements and fulfill those requirements anticipatively by creating a talent pool that you're ready with skills and talents when it's required? And fulfilling requirement has two dimensions: requirements that emerge from the environment as to what kind of talent you require, also fulfilling the requirement of the talent because your talent's expectations should change over the period. So these are the dimensions we thought we'd touch upon one by one. Right, sir, madam? Right? So we could start with basically how do you attract the best talent and skill for the organization. Right? So request each of our esteemed panelists to share their views, insights, which would be more experiential and therefore more applicable from your perspective. Right? So with that, I would request sir first to take turns. Oh, anyone? Yeah, anyone.
So on this thread, would you like us to start with this thread, attracting talent? Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Happy to be here with students here and panelists and very distinguished academic person in Professor Pawar. So attracting talent, yes, this is a hot button issue everywhere, any industry you go to, IT, consulting, manufacturing. So like as you would have seen, companies jostling with each other for getting the best days on the placement, the best slots, so but it's not just that. It's not just like about going and just hunting out for the best. Like you need to actually create create the environment and create a pull for your organization to kind of attract the right talent. So it means engaging with prospective employees in many ways, and in different set of employees and different kinds of prospective employees. There could be different ways of getting engagement with, so for a firm like ours, consulting firm like ours, something like running case study contests at campuses, that kind of gets people to know us better, and it also helps kind of mentally prepare people in advance that whether this is the right place for me or not, because getting people and after that finding out that they are not the right fit is something which is not at all a desirable outcome. So yes, finding the right talent, attracting the right talent, creating ways in which you engage with the prospective employees, prospective audience, and is something that's very critical. So people like Paramita, they had organizations with large headcount, and each year there would be a high amount of recruitment and parallelly some level of attrition as well. Would like Paramita to share her perspective also on this.
Yeah, thanks, Hak. Hi everyone. So we have the unenviable post-lunch slot, and we'll do our best to keep you awake. Yeah. So attracting talent. So I think there are a couple of things to attracting talent, right? I mean, it is every organization wants the best talent, and the talent wants to know whether the organization is the correct fit for them. Yeah. So what do organizations do, right? I mean, the organizations, of course, like Hak mentioned, and he's an old friend of many years, so I'll call him by the name I used to call him on campus. So what we do is, of course, we run hackathons, we run rounds and rounds of interviews and case studies to select the best people, right? What we also try to do is we try to share thoughtful and meaningful career paths for you. What is in it for you? Why do you want to join Amoeba Consulting or a Capgemini or an Accenture, right? Why would you want to join this part of their business, right? Also, I have seen today's talent, all of you sitting here, you are a lot more discerning. You're a lot more demanding. You want to know whether companies are ethical. You want to know whether companies are inclusive. You want to know whether, the companies have a firm set of values. Do they adhere to it? And when we want to attract talent, we do, share what our values are, what our ethics are, what our stand on inclusivity is. And, like Mr. Ranjan said, diversity is a fact, inclusion is an act, right? So we try to show whether we walk the talk. Yeah. I think very meaningfully, also very importantly, we also try to show how changing technological advances will render changes to your career paths and will evolve your journey in the organization. So there are many, it's a very nuanced thing, right? Attracting talent. So yeah, some of the thoughts.
So Paramita has covered and Syed has covered a lot of ground on this topic. I think a couple of things I want to add, bringing in a bit of a global perspective is, again, there are many avenues today to attract talent. Again, and within that, I look at talent as being attracted at a lateral level and, at an entry level. The requirements are different. So we look, so the positioning that we take to a campus, for example, when we are here is probably more in terms of learning and growth opportunities that we would provide. Whereas if you look at a lateral placement, I think what is being valued by employees is different. Everyone looks for a baseline level of career progress, ownership and accountability and responsibility, and an exciting career path. who they work with, right? So today, a lot of it is not joining the firm, it's joining the actual manager and the leader, and that personal branding of leadership becomes very important. Also, flexibility. In a world where now remote work has become the norm, it's not about just flexibility in terms of where I contribute from, but also am I trusted by the organization? Can I just have my responsibilities and accountability and, deliver the way I'm best equipped to? So, or can I custom fit my career path to my life stage? These are some of the things, the intangibles that have become much more important, I would say, in today's generation.
I think you've covered most of the points. I wanted to add a couple of things here. In today's world where information is a fast-flowing sort of beast, you are as a firm, the firm is judged equally by the talent as much as the firm judges who is to join. So defining what is the right talent that you need, I think the start point is, and not just in terms of skill sets, also in terms of the best fit, the temperament that you need for a position. What is the kind of, these days what we also see is attrition is not because of, not always because of, lack of sort of career progression avenues alone. They could be, the inability to fit into the right culture. So I think culture becomes a very important, aspect of how do you define what is the kind of, as I said, information flows. So reputation of a firm in terms of its culture, in terms of its practices, in terms of its ethical values, etc., are all available, are all known. So it's important to sort of build that reputation in order to attract the right talent, and that's something that makes it more sustainable. It's not just you're attracting talent for a particular period or position, but it has to be a sustainable practice that becomes a DNA of a firm. And that's the start point. Thank you.
I think the panelists covered a wide range of actions you can take to attract the best talent. I'm really kind of excited, and I feel kind of an urge to seek panelist input on one particular aspect. We talked about, conveying to the prospective employees our values, career paths, showing the nature of work by engaging in case competition or something like that, a reputation of the firm. At the same time, scientific literature has looked at a notion of employer branding. Just to see how, brands for products, there is also a notion of employer branding. So, and research has found that actually prospective employees look at 5 aspects of an organization to determine how good that brand is, of which one is basically the nature of work itself. Would it be interesting? Would it allow me to innovate something? Would it be challenging? Second is, would it allow me to gain something so that I become more marketable 3 years down the line, my own career path? Third is socio-psychological dimension. What happens to my status if I work for this company? How I'm seen in the society? What value this company carries in society? So these are basically broad features. There are also material features, basically the compensation, and then the career progression. So 2, within the organization, career progression and compensation, and 3, in terms of what I get in terms of 3 years down the line, when I go out in the labor market, how would I be valued with this experience? Right? What skills I get here, and then the social psychological value of current job. So employer branding has found these 5 dimensions, which prospective employees look at when they rate an organization as attractive to me. Employer branding. So on these lines, would you like to throw some light? And this is basically research done in Western context predominantly. Now, do you think in Indian context there is something else that the prospective employees look for or expect, or do you think something else works better for our employees? And I do recall, years ago, Tisco, for example, used to have very distinct employer brand. Tata Administrative Services those days very distinct employer brand. They're not possibly the highest paying kind of employers, but they were still used to attract good talent. So is there something unique in our context, which really attracts talent? Would you like to share any kind of insight on this? Something that is culture specific, something that is unique to our own context?
I think one of the things I have seen, I don't think it stands outside of what you have mentioned. It all is a part of it. But I think trust, is one of the most important things that is valued in the Indian context, given that, a lot of firms have emerged from the 1980s. People remained in those firms for a long time. It's, attrition, movement, mobility has come about as the economy has opened up. And then we have, we have multinationals coming in. So there are different kinds of firms and global cultures, global mobility, etc. So in the middle of all of that, given that the Indian ethos of trust and reliability has formed the bedrock of lots of firms which have grown in this space.
Tata's, for example.
Yes. So I think that exactly, that's a great example. And I think I would lay emphasis on that as well, because that kind of, you spoke about employer brand. Employer brand and, trust go hand in hand in terms of how employees see a firm that they're going to work for. Is it a firm that is going to be trustworthy, that's going to, lay emphasis on that part. The other thing I feel is accountability in terms of, or rather a sense of responsibility. How much does a firm, entrust an employee with a sense of responsibility? That flows from trust. But I think that is something that is again, as I said, it's not sitting outside all that you've said, it's part of it. But specifically, I wanted to bring out the aspect of trust and, the responsibility that a person or an employee feels he would be entrusted with if he were to be in the firm. I think that those are things that in the Indian context is very important, because they again emphasize the value of people who you work with.
So basically conveying to the prospective employer that you're a trustworthy employer, in the sense you would keep all your psychological contracts. There are written contracts, but there's also psychological contract that we expect from an employer, right? So conveying that, okay, we honor psychological contracts, implicit contracts, and conveying that you are trustworthy, in the sense you would keep all implicit and explicit commitments, is a kind of an important determinant of attracting talent, right? That's
right.
What
it's also a social contract.
Correct.
That which in the Indian context,
yes,
is very essential.
Given that we are more collectivistic society, and given that we still have that family culture somewhere at the back of our mind, this could be very significant indigenous factors determining attractiveness. I think that's a very interesting.
Yeah, I also think, in addition to what you mentioned about trust, I think today's generation, what I at least see of the young professionals who are joining our organization, they are looking at how committed the organization is towards the continuous learning aspect that Mr. Ranjan talked about in the morning, right? How many avenues of learning, on-the-job learning are you offering to people? So that, because today, technology is changing very fast, the economy is changing fast, the society is changing fast. So people are very keen to constantly evolve with it, right? So as an organization, how much are you enabling that? The other thing that I saw is the young professionals also want to know how much of a voice do they have in in organizational initiatives, right? Are you if not consulting them, are you at least involving them? So we started this thing called Millennial Garage, which brought both the things into perspective. So I know millennials are really old compared to you guys, but they're really young compared to us. So anyway, just joking. But Millennial Garage was meant for youngsters, right? To come outside the regular projects, right? And come and learn a new technology, do projects, based on, say, a particular function wants to build, I don't know, a bot. Let me take a simplistic example. Or, wants something to be done on a particularly new technology. And you know, people who don't have the opportunity to learn that technology as part of the regular job, they come and they get mentored, right, to learn on that new technology and get hands-on experience. So Millennial Garage is actually a very great concept, and we started it in India, but people loved it. So we opened it in Australia, in Europe, in US, everywhere, in London. So where youngsters and actually people of our age would be mentors. And sometimes people of our age would also be learners. But we would come and learn technologies and do projects. And then we also have initiatives where we particularly involve the young professionals, you know, people who are 1 to 2 years, college freshers, right? Typically people of your vintage. And we would say, okay, so this is an organizational problem we have. Why don't you tell us how you would solve it? So we would get a very new perspective. And I've seen that, like you said, employees of today, they want to have a greater voice. So just when you were talking about employer branding, a funny anecdote from a few years back came to my mind. So I joined Capgemini about 7 years back. And the head of marketing now, India, Sarika Nayak, she's an old friend. She also joined Capgemini at the same time as, so she was head of marketing and I was head of transformation. Okay. And our boss calls us up one day. He's the CEO of India. And he says, well, I have a problem for the two of you ladies who've joined us. What is it? A survey has come out of employer brands, right? And this survey essentially portrays different brands in different age brackets. Okay. Accenture was, I think, 29 to 32. And I forget the rest. Capgemini was 55 years old. And that told us that nobody young is willing to join us. Okay. You are not harnessing the demographic dividend at all. And so, you know, we had a job to do. I was head of transformation. She was head of marketing. So yeah, we did a lot of things. Happy to say, I think Capgemini has become the Benjamin Button of the corporate world. So yeah, we are perceived to be much younger today. But it is a serious problem, and it's a serious factor that corporates do consider.
What year was it?
2000, early 2017. Early 2017.
Because by then this employer branding literature had considerably evolved. It started in 2005.
Yeah.
So you could also, but it's interesting. Yeah, branding does matter. It's very interesting also that, you know, or according to both this expression, expectations of the talent are both culturally grounded, also evolving. I mean, culturally grounded, they expect trustworthiness from the organization, commitment to them. They also expect voice, which is not grounded in culture, right? So it's basically more individualistic kind of trait, expressing voice. This is more collectivistic. So it's a blend. We have traditional values that we are still getting influenced by the Western values. So it would be more challenging now to attract talent because you have to blend the two.
So probably just to add to that original question of, the few themes that you brought up from a Western context and how do we see a little difference probably in the Indian context. So I started working in India after a long time, probably just this year. And so in New York, there's a professional friendly culture. Whereas when you come in to an Indian office, there is definitely a little bit more of an expectation of a family-like culture, the events, the Diwali celebrations, and from an acknowledgement standpoint, from being there in a familial kind of a status. I definitely, not that there are broad brush strokes to generalize, but there does seem to be a little bit of a difference there. Barring that, I think there are many employee personas. Each employee probably is looking for a different thing, and also the employers also offer completely different, packages. A fintech is going to attract a completely entrepreneurial kind of an energy and talent that wants to move up pretty fast, whereas a bank is probably going to attract a different kind of talent. One more difference that I've seen, again, just wearing the geography lenses, the US or Singapore, the developed economies probably are going to attract talent that's largely looking for a local role. Increasingly, they are looking for exposure to the BRICS, for example. They want that China and India experience and exposure. But definitely, I would say to a much larger extent in India, we do come across folks who want that global exposure in some way, form or the other. Either want to be directly in the market and doing business development on soil, or getting technology project exposure on soil, or at least being based in India, being part of that global interconnected economy.
Expectations are changing.
So those are some attraction themes as well, which could be woven into your branding. But the thing about branding is, I've noticed in the LinkedIn economy, what a company says might be what they're thinking they're branding themselves as, but what actually happens is that much more important, because for example, a company that says, yes, decency is our culture and our value, but then there is one or two incidents that happen in the company, and that goes out much faster. So it's what you do that becomes much more important than what you say in terms as an employer.
So
for
unmet
branding.
expectations could have very devastating effect. Unmet expectations.
Absolutely.
It's very interesting, that evolving themes, which literature possibly does not cover, particularly which is specific to Indian economy, because this value of global exposure is much more to Indian people, because we traditionally have that mindset, going abroad is something, an accomplishment in Indian context traditionally. So it's a very unique indigenous factor possibly that expecting. So having kind of, sir, you would like to say something? Oh, yeah. Having, received so many kind of unique insights, which possibly literature would not give. That's why as an academician, I took backseat, because this is something that is yet to come in literature, and this is something that will be very, very relevant for all of us. So I would like to also tap the wisdom of the panel on one more notion here, if you would allow me. Do you think these determinants of employer attractiveness, why an employer become attractive to talent, do you think they're likely to differ across small scale, medium scale, and large organizations? Would you like to throw some light on that? That small organizations would have to do something differently to attract talent. Medium scale, little different, and corporates maybe something different. Do you think that there are certain?
Yes, I mean, should I? Yeah, absolutely. Right. So I think, like Sabita said, there are different kinds of, different sectors and different kind of companies provide and offer different employee value propositions, right? So smaller organizations offer, the attraction of doing a much larger role, right? You can take care of a function, you can, probably develop strategy for the entire organization, of course, along with the CEO. But a larger organization has other things like maybe global reach, right? A variety of career options. For myself, I mean, I've actually had the opportunity to do both, right? But largely, I've been in larger organizations, and what I have what has attracted me, the part of the larger organizations that has attracted me is I've taken completely different career moves. I've completely reinvented myself. Yeah. Because a very large organization has so many large businesses that you can completely change your career track, from BPO to transformation to analytics to something else, right? But when I was in a smaller organization, I had the opportunity to really grow the company from 5 or 6 people to about 400 people. And that meant that I was looking after recruitment, after HR, after strategy, after business development. That is a very heady feeling as well, right? I mean, and, as a young professional, you may want to have that. So it depends, at what stage you are in, what are you hungry for? Because different organizations, you're right. And like, Savita said, a bank will offer a very different career premise, maybe, to a lot like Prabal mentioned, that there'll be trust, there'll be employer reliability. Whereas a product company may not exist for a very long time, but may give you a very different experience of what it is to create a platform, to learn the technology, to price it, to take it to market. So yes, very different employee value propositions different organizations will have.
And what you seem to be saying is that both small and large organizations, they have different things to offer, but both have positive things to offer. So it possibly needs to be marketed properly.
It's marketed. Sorry, go ahead.
Absolutely. I pretty much agree with what Paromita said. For smaller organizations, the value proposition that you offer to a prospective employee is like on the lines like, you will not get lost. If you do good work, you will get noticed much faster. If compared to an ocean, where like your individual contribution may or may not stand out so easily, whereas in a smaller firm, the individual contribution of an employee kind of stands out more. The employee has an opportunity to kind of work on multiple roles, do multiple pieces, and thrive. So there are people who actually thrive on that, and there are people who kind of look forward to a larger, more settled kind of a place. So in fact, while recruitment also, this is something that one needs to, while selecting people also, this is something that one needs to keep in mind, that if you are a small firm, smallest shop, does the person have the mindset or the attitude to kind of thrive in such an environment? So that's something which is very important.
Setup, you need to have much more accountability, sense of ownership,
accountability,
loyalty.
Those are some ways in which a smaller company can brand itself or kind of position itself more on those lines. And whereas a larger company, better known brand, obviously has a kind of a larger umbrella brand which kind of stands for stability, values, which would attract a slightly different kind of prospective employees.
I can just back what Huck and Paramita have said just with my current example, right? So worked with the $12 billion kind of companies, both MasterCard and Cognizant, with completely different models, but they offered a certain, yes, stability, which is important for some prospective employees. There's also a structure within the organization, as you mentioned. So today, when I'm hiring from a Collabora Digital, the reason I joined the firm also is to be able to grow a company, right? And I've been issuing a few offers, and the conversation goes like this. Once you are responsible, so I'm looking at for folks, for example, who have worked with the Accentures of the world and who are now really hungry to set up and grow a new business. Someone who would be one of many associates or consultants in India or Malaysia or other markets, they come here and set up a practice ground up. So the discussion goes something like, in a very candid manner, a lot of these processes will not be in place. You may come in here and find a lot of surprises, but the exciting part about is you get to create the culture that we want. You get to create the operating model that we want, and the processes that need to be put in place, and the value propositions, and go after the customer segments that we believe in. So they just, their faces light up, but then somebody else would panic. So that filters out who's the right profile for the organization as well.
I wanted to add one more thing here, is that, I'll give you an example. There was some years back, there was one of the large banks in India was going through a crisis, and we were doing a project where we were looking at potential investors for them from outside of India. So again, we were, as a specialized firm, we were looking at, wherein you had, in that project, you had younger managers and others who were involved. Now, they could see the impact of their work on that project. I'm talking about it from the consulting industry perspective, where you look at engagements and you see, people thrilled to be a part of the engagement because they would want to see their impact on the engagement, their work on the engagement imprinted on the outcome of it. So since this was a large, and some of these engagements did have their impact on national news and newspapers, media, etc. So there are people who are more driven by that. That I want to be a part of an engagement wherein I am able to look at a piece of news and say I was part of this. So that that happens in a smaller setup. But again, going back to your earlier point of, therefore, who do we need? Who do we, take into the company? What kind of employees should we have? Is a question that we address. And here in this at this point, I mean, on to your question, the thing is, there are employees who want to see their impact on the outcome. In a smaller company, that happens. In a larger company, they're part of the process, and it's the kind of engagement with that process that they have. They may not have, they may not see the outcome finally, but again, the temperament of the person determines that you want to be part of the process, you want to be part of the larger firm, the culture, etc. You're more suited towards it. Whereas in a smaller firm, there are people who are suited towards greater ownership, want to be a part of the final outcome, want to be part of the engagement more actively. So these are things that kind of determine what kind of employees would you want to have in smaller firm vis-a-vis a larger firm.
That's an interesting point. And as I listened to you, sir, and to Paramita madam, as well as other panelists also, this came to me at the back of my mind as a kind of a scientist, behavioral scientist. You use the word impact very carefully, then wanting to have the freedom in small organization, you shape the way things, and therefore people might join small scale organizations despite low salaries and low perks. Why? Because these are the components of what literature refers to as intrinsic motivation, empowerment, competence, autonomy, impact, and meaningfulness. These four components constitute sense of empowerment, and literature says that empowerment is intrinsically motivating. You get motivated. So these small scale organizations may still attract people who value empowerment, sense of empowerment, right? So if you accordingly project the benefits, so possibly the small scale organizations will have to brand them different, and they can still get the right kind of talent. But getting that right talent is important because you think that different kinds of people may not fit in that kind of setup. So it's very interesting. So branding would have to be possibly different for small organizations and large organizations because they offer different things. Both have positives. But those positives might suit different kinds of people, right? Different kinds of people. That's interesting. So I think on attracting right talent, we covered a broad spectrum of factors. Now let's go on to upgrading, in the sense developing the talent, because we may not get always usable talent. Now you have to basically make them useful for your own context, both in terms of skills, talents, as well as values we talked about. So could we have some of your wisdom on what kind of measures you take to make the talent fit your requirements? They may not come in completely ready form. We'll have to process them a little bit to make them useful. So what kind of actions, steps you take, to what extent that requirement exists today, that the fresh graduates coming to your organization may not be completely useful?
Couple of things that come top of mind is, well, let's say on the technical side, as well as on the managerial or business or advisory tracks. On the technology side, I think a lot of the engineers that are graduating probably don't have as much of the hands-on practical knowledge as is required on the job. So we see a lot of the Infosys and the Accentures, all of the large firms definitely have their own programs to upskill on the technical aspects. But what for me is probably a closer topic to heart is the soft skills and the managerial and the advisory aspects, right? And this is where I would strongly urge, institutions and students is to really focus on presentation, on value articulation, on strategy. These are the areas that we feel that when students straight out of college or with 1 or 2 years experience, they come in, they might be strong on techno-functional aspects, but especially India, and compared to, I would say on a macro basis, but the American universities have definitely noticed do this job right from the school and college days. They're creating their assignments in the form of presentations. So those are things that come in really handy in the corporate world. So that's one aspect I would say is an area where the companies invest upskilling the candidates. The other aspect is the domain industry angle, of course. So for example, I'm from the banking and financial services space. So, retail, corporate banking, investment banking, these are all the areas where I would think mostly it's on the job that you pick up your industry skills.
Yeah. So I think I would like strongly second that, right? I think for every one of you in this room, there's one skill you want to pick up, you want to be strong in. It has to be presentation skills, it has to be storytelling, right? Understand there's a very big difference between reading out from a slide and telling a story, right? You need to, whether it is your leadership you're presenting to, whether it's your clients, whether it is to a team, you need to articulate the story, you need to be empathetic, you need to feel it, right? So I think that is very important. The other thing is of emotional intelligence. Got to be aware of it, right? Be emotionally intelligent. You have to lead teams. All of you are studying management. You will graduate not as, I don't know, I mean, as a single individual contributor somewhere, coding. You will be managing, you'll be leading teams. And the way to be an effective leader is to articulate the vision, yes, so storytelling, is to be emotionally in sync with your teams, right? It's becoming more and more important. It was always important, but at one point of time, maybe 30, 40 years back, you could do a command and control and get away with it. Not anymore today, right? You got to be emotionally intelligent. And also the other thing, which again, organizations don't really teach you, but if I'm here today, I really want to share with you, is have the ability to scale the ladder of complexity. What that means is be ready to roll up your sleeves and do the minutest of work, but also be, and it will come to you, right? But remember, it is important. As you grow, right? Do not forget how to, create an Excel sheet or create a deck or get down to and sit with the junior most member of your team and work shoulder to shoulder. It is also important to develop a muscle. It's a muscle. You slowly develop it of building the strategic imperative, of understanding. I think it was Probal in the morning, and who was talking about the bigger picture and understand how the macroeconomic trends are affecting your organization, your function, right? Keep these things in mind, because again, like Mr. Ranjan said, we don't stop to think. Remember, stop to think, stop to assimilate how things are impacting your organization, because that will set you apart. If you spend that time thinking, okay, this is happening in the world, right? This may impact my organization, hence my function, hence my team like this. Your strategic input to your leadership, and slowly when you are the leader, your strategic vision, the compelling way you guide your teams will be very different, right? So remember storytelling, start with presentation skills, build up on storytelling, be emotionally grounded, be emotionally available to your teams. Half the time, if you ask me what I do, is I really listen to my team members. I try to, maybe I fail, I don't know. Okay, if energy gets sapped out at the end of the day, it is because I've tried to be available to people, to guide them and listen to them. Because what else are you doing? Pep texts and Excel sheets? That's not what will set you apart. Okay, so. But to answer, Professor Pawar's question, there's a lot the organization structurally do. That's what Sabita said, that, there are camps, there are, we're doing a lot of shifting of training from colleges to corporates. We often, so that we get the right quality, what we do is we go select students, especially true of engineering colleges, not so much of management institutes. But we go and say in the third year, we will select students and we'll say the last semester you spend with us in our offices. Okay, so we'll train you. You work on real life problems with us. You get on the job, on the job practice, shadowing with us. And then we take you through a series of, interventions that includes soft skills, like Sabita said, that includes a whole lot of other things, presentation skills, everything. And then we select people. So it requires actually a lot of management attention. There's a very thoughtfully curated programs for this. So we do that. And many times after we select people, we take them through different kinds of trainings. to address the gap that we perceive?
That is interesting because according to research, one of the most powerful predictor of employees' actual performance is work sample tests. Rather than interview, etc. Work sample test in the sense, give them some sample of work to do. So that 6 months of getting them to work in our organization and then making selection decision is also in a way kind of testing them very carefully. Right, and those who actually do well in those 6 months are likely to be actually good performers.
And it actually works both ways.
Yeah.
The employee also gets to know what's here for me. Is this the right place for me? And the other way around, of course, that the organization gets to know. And this practice is becoming increasingly popular. Like we've also started this practice of taking students, last term of the students interning with us. That gives you an opportunity to see the whole person.
Correct.
Rather than a 30-minute interview in which you may be able to assess few things, but you don't get to see the whole person. And the other way around as well, the person gets to understand the organization's culture, the fit, and what's in it for him. And so net it kind of works beneficially both ways.
So this process may actually ensure greater person organization fit and person job fit also, both, right? Because you have been able to assess, he has also been able to assess. So at both ends, there is good fit. And again, literature points out that this person job, person organization fit is a good predictor of employees' reactions in long term. So, what seems to be done in practice actually is grounded in what is found to be useful in research. Possibly the sources were different. Here it came from intuition. The research has found it from number of studies, etc. But both converge. That's very interesting.
One thought I have is, apart from intuition, sir, what I've seen is kind of involving young professionals in engagements, live engagements, giving them the kind of exposure that enables accelerated learning, because you're actually throwing them into the deeper waters to find the way back. And some of those things help in terms of learning in the truest sense. You're learning on an actual case or an actual engagement. So that also gives the employee reason to believe that he's part of the process, part of the action, part of what the organization is doing. And to Paromita's point earlier, I think this is very important, the aspect of storytelling. And I found that, overseas people write, when they grow up in schools, they write papers from a very early age, because the idea is to get people to express themselves, that this is how it moves. This is the narrative logic, and not just 3-4 pictures or slides. But what is the story? What is the narrative logic? Are you convinced about what you're saying?
True.
And how can you be convinced about what you're saying when you form a logical pattern of thoughts, which is a kind of story that you have to present? And that is also enabled by cross-functional learning. What is happening in some other industry? How does it impact us? What is happening in the political sphere? What is happening in the other markets? So some of those things help you understand and structure your thoughts better. And as you grow higher, go to different places, it's very important to know the bigger issues as well, because then you're able to interact with people outside your sphere and have the confidence to tell a story that is more convincing than otherwise.
That's kind of interesting perspective on that. So we got very, very broad spectrum of inputs on both attracting the talent as well as developing the talent to make it usable for yourself. And on both, we got some very, very interesting, grounded, indigenous, and practical things that you've been doing. And also what Madam said about, having the larger perspective, being able to connect, have vision stories, they interconnect. So the expressions are different, but the message is quite convergent from this coming. So that should be reassuring to our audience that the expressions are different, but the content is the same. So that validates in a way. So now, having looked at attracting the right kind of talent, then developing the talent to make it more useful for yourself. Now let's go on to the next issue of utilizing the talent, getting the best out of your talent while they're on the job. So how do you really get the best out of them inspiring them, motivating, getting best out of them, all kinds of contributions on the job, extra role also, contributing to the organization on the whole. So any thoughts on how do you really ensure that?
Yeah. So getting the right results, getting the right output from
Correct.
the talent, having hired, having trained, having invested in people. So so it's important like to keep them engaged. Engagement levels determine an organization's success to a large extent, like to what extent people or employees are actually engaged, and keeping them motivated, giving them work that actually they find fulfilling, giving them apart from regular job, also giving them some extra pieces of work that they feel might be more value adding, and recognizing efforts. So like most organizations where like people are the important resource, you have programs that recognize the extra miler, someone who has put in the delta effort, who's gone the extra mile. So having like recognitions for the extra miler or for the super achiever. And that kind of becomes aspirational, that you run such a program. So quarter after quarter, people would look after to being, oh, am I featuring in the extra miler award this time or not? So that I mean all these things put together kind of create an environment in which like people are engaged, and they kind of put their best effort. It's all eventually it's at the end of the day it's some total of the best efforts, best contributions which people can make. So
that's very would go to other panelists, but I want to just compliment the point that you said, that recognition really creates that sense of energy, and you look forward to receiving that recognition. Now, this is what you mentioned in a very, very experiential manner, because you have experienced how recognition works, right? But also, again, research also supports it. That recognition is found to be one of the strong predictors of performance, both formal recognition program and informal recognition, provided it's sincere and contingent upon performance. If it is insincere recognition, it does not work.
Absolutely.
So sincere recognition works. There is empirical evidence. So what he very, very said out of great conviction, his experience, I could see from his animated kind of expression. Research also supports it. Recognition does work. Yeah.
In the morning, someone was talking about the 70 hours, and SPR said that if you really enjoy what you're doing, then that 90 hours or 100 hours just flows. And what Huck also said got back to me, just that one word, ikigai, right? If you find, for each one of us, if we find that zone where we're doing what we like to do, what we are good at, what is valued, and what's the other one, where we get paid sufficiently for what we're doing. So that sweet spot is, I think it's aspirational. It may not all fall in place, but I do think it's the responsibility of a manager or a leader to create, to try to find career paths, as much as it's our own responsibility to find that spot for ourselves. That I think significantly improves productivity overall. Another thing I would say is in an increasingly complex environment where change is constant and you never know what new technologies are evolving, and very matrix and large organizations, I think that sense of empowerment to apply judgment, take decisions, own the final outcomes, I think that is much valued in today's world. But what also is associated with that is allowing for some room for mistakes. So if you go back and look at Amazon, for example, Jeff Bezos, the budget for mistakes. So in any innovation, in any innovation pipeline, there might be 9 products that that don't really that aren't a hit in the market, but that one big hit in the market can really shoot up that productivity and profitability of the organization. So that may be at a larger scale, but within every micro environment within an organization, I think there is room to allow for mistakes while giving a lot of empowerment and some coaching and mentorship. I think these few things would go a long way.
Yeah, please.
Point on that. What you mentioned about allowing for mistakes. People used to be gripped by the zero error syndrome, which used to be the bane for a lot of for the organizational climate really deteriorating, or because people were scared to offer suggestions, take initiatives, because they would be held accountable to whatever was happening, irrespective of whether it was their mistake or not, but because they had started it, they had initiated an action. So I think that is something I believe one should lay great emphasis on. Allow employees to take initiatives, allow mistakes to happen, because otherwise everybody tends to sort of go back into his or her own little shell. The other thing I believe is transparency. Transparency is again something that you're letting your employees know this is your career path. That is how it is going to happen, and so everybody is aware. It is not translucent. It's not opaque, that one doesn't know how it's going to happen, what's going to happen. I think communicating to the employee and being transparent is something that really enables the employee growth and accelerated growth to happen much more smoothly, and irons out lots of other creases, because you're able to convey to the employee what the firm is thinking, and the fact that the firm has the employee in its plans. So I think those are things that really are important. One of the things that Huck mentioned about you mentioned about the recognition. Sorry, yes. So one small addition there is that recognition also has to be timely, because many a times that's something that people organizations might feel that they have recognized, but then again it's not been may not have been timely, may not have been understood similarly by the employee. So there is always a little gap that happens, that the organization may feel that recognition has happened, but the employee doesn't seem to value it. I think they're both want to be on the same plane, but are speaking in different voices. So I think it's important to communicate, be transparent, and keep that line of communication going. And as he said rightly, that recognition has to be the cornerstone of every action, because that's what keeps it going.
Madam?
No, I think they've kind of covered everything. So, it has to be timely. It has to be, different kinds. One thing which I think Sabita alluded on is, retaining, getting the best out of people is recognition, knowing what they want, the ikigai part, right? You need to actually, needs to be pretty structured, right? I know of large organizations, TCS, Accenture, Capgemini, they actually have it systemized. You go and you put in your aspiration, right? Yes, you go and put in your aspiration. Now it's not good enough. So we have a 2x2 matrix where we not only go and put in our aspirations, especially, for the junior to middle management, you also identify your successor. So you're taking responsibility for your own career. So there's a saying, right? I mean, the best way to get promoted is to make yourself redundant, right? If you're no longer needed in your job and there's an opportunity coming up, you get promoted, or you get that opportunity, whether you get promoted or not. Sorry. So organizations have places where you go and put in your aspiration, you put in your personal development plan, and your supervisor and your leadership is supposed to be aware of that, right? It's supposed to have conversations to to help you navigate through the organization and help enable you achieve that. So that's another way of making sure the organization feels, the employee feels engaged. The organization understands what the employee wants to do. He wants to be a consultant, but you're making him, probably do something else, business analysis. It doesn't help, right? The sooner or later the person will leave, or the person wants to, work in US, but you are not even aware of it, and you're not giving him the opportunity. So it's a lot of factors. Nowadays, I think it's becoming quite a science. So organizations are putting it actually down on systems, the alerts which prompt the supervisor and the employee to go and look at it, to validate whether the information is still correct. So there's a whole lot going in out there, given our biggest asset is our employees. So yeah.
One dimension on which I would request your wisdom also is that we talked about so far, various things organizations can do, recognition systems, getting aspirations. I just want to request your inputs onto interpersonal aspects, in the sense, as a leader, person to person. Are there some distinct elements of engagement with the employee, dealing with an employee, which actually inspire best performance? Person to person, interpersonal, as a leader, how our students should engage with their subordinates when they become managers, which should actually inspire best from their subordinates for them. So any kind of insight, because you have been in this for 25 years, and obviously you have discovered, each one of you, your own way of getting best from your subordinates. So I would like you to summarize your wisdom on this, how you get best out of your talent through your interpersonal relations with your subordinate, or interpersonal dealings with your subordinates.
Right. So I did mention about emotional intelligence, right?
Earlier.
So I think that is important, right? Regard your team members as diverse, unique human beings who have different contexts, different backgrounds, different aspirations. And one thing that doesn't, it's an old-fashioned thing, but talk to them, get to know them, right? I was part of a team which at that time, about 3 years back, we were 10,000 people strong in India, and COVID hit. And we launched something called 10K conversations, which essentially meant that each of us talk to the people reporting to us, down to the junior most employees. So we intended to have 10K conversations, and like any large thing, it has to be structured. So we listed out about, I think, 5 or 6 questions, right? Are you happy doing what you're doing? What do you want to do? What do you want? How can I help you? But that is a systemic intervention, because something as unprecedented and overwhelming like COVID hit us, and we realized that we are losing the interpersonal touch. But to your question, Professor Pawar, if you want me to tell everybody out here something, okay, I'll use something anecdotal. I recently changed my role. Okay, not recently, actually 1.5 years back. But I came in to a team, which is the financial services team, where the leadership, they've all worked with each other for about 25, 22, 23, 28 years. Okay. And so they know each other very well. They're rock solid friends. They're very close. They can anticipate each other's moves. But I came in, and I came in at a pretty senior level. I was the global chief operating officer across different functions. So I had to work with all of them. I had to work with them. I had to also, chief operating officer's role is not a very pleasant role. You have to cut costs. Okay. You have to do a lot of all the unpleasant things fall on my plate. Right. And my first meeting, global meeting with all the entire leadership, I was quite stunned, because everything became, it's like my team is called the practices, financial services practices. So everybody out there, all the leaders were like, oh, the practices are at fault. Oh, so I realized that, I was kind of a punching bag. Because maybe I was new, right? I had no idea, no context, nothing. So what helped me is I actually stood up. After lunch was my session. Okay, so they said till lunch, from breakfast to lunch, people kept punching practices, and all the action items were on practices. Paramita, you will take care of this. You'll take care of this. I was quiet because frankly, I had no context. So I got up, and when I got up, some of the leaders, all senior than me, they said, you have about 75 action items there. Jokingly, but only half jokingly. So I said, I will take 150. but I will only do it if you work with me as a friend. I will not do a practice versus business unit conversation. There's no you versus me. We will do it as friends. It was a 3-day workshop offsite. Throughout the 3 days, every time a business unit leader would come up and say, "Arey, practices nahi kiya." I said, as friend. And believe me, that set the tone. And touch wood, it's been one of the most successful stints I've had in 26 years. Okay. Though, thank you. Thank you. The only reason it succeeded, right, is I did not play a turf war. I was not defensive because there was a lot to be defensive about. I did not get agitated. There was a lot to be agitated about. I did not whine about the unfairness of it all. There was a lot to whine. Okay. I said, you be a friend and we'll work it out. When you go out, remember to work as friends. Okay. Remember to build relationships. Don't have a fight on emails, people. Please pick up the phone. Talk to people. You're working with people. You're not working with machines. When it comes to your team, to the question that Professor Pawar asked, get to know them. Understand their constraints. Be there for them. They will make you so successful. I'm telling you. Paint a compelling vision of the future. Understand and be convinced in that vision of the future yourself first. And if that doesn't work, do something to change that. But get to know your people, work with them, work shoulder to shoulder, and then lead them. Because very often when things get tough, people need to know they can count on you as a leader, that you will not let them down. So there's so many things. And it's my favorite topic. I can go on, but yeah.
She's bang on, right? Work as a, be my friend. This one flavor of that goes on top of what Paramita said, right? Clearly, these are lofty goals, big enterprise-wide kind of initiatives. 75 action items, I'm sure, would not have been an easy task. On the aspect of relationships, we all think of my relationship with, let's say, Huck, and then Prabal and Paramita, if I'm thinking of relationships. There's an amazing book called Tribal Leadership. There's also TED Talks by Dave Logan, who's spoken about culture in today's organizations, backed by 10 years of research. So there's various stages in which, so culture eats strategy for breakfast, right? And how do you develop that optimal culture for maximum overall organizational and team productivity? The relationship angle is triadic relationships. So I am responsible not just for my relationship with Paramita and my relationship with Huck, but I've got the back of Huck's and Paramita's relationship. So if she comes to me and complains about Huck, then my job would be to, to position Huck positively as an example. And this is independent of hierarchy. This is independent of role. It applies across our professional and even in our personal lives. The minute there are 6 triads, you will see a significant improvement in productivity of the team. And that has the power of cascading influence of, across the organization. This is backed by research. So that's
developing a sense of community rather than isolated individuals.
Absolutely.
And the community bonded together by trust, respect, interpersonal respect, and security.
Yeah.
That look, no one would be hurt, would we sort out things there.
Yeah.
Right.
The theme of we are great, it's not I am great or you are great or she is great. It's we jointly are great and we will do some big stuff together.
True. I think it's the informal nature of relationships that really is important to be put in place. I remember an anecdote here is that, our firm, there was a merger which I was a part of. And what tends to happen with mergers is there are 2 different cultures that come together. And usually, in this case also, it was laid out how cross sales would happen, how this division would function, how it all come together. But one of the things that doesn't get pinned down is how people are supposed to talk to each other. Like Paramita mentioned about when the things go tough. I would say when things become tough, the tough talk to each other must. Yes, respectfully, yes. And not email each other. So I think what happened here was that, there were a lot of responsibilities and functions laid down. There was the restructuring division, there's a valuation division, there's a private equity investment and forensics. But the fact is, each one of them had their own set of clients, but no one was talking to each other, so there was no cross-selling happening. Though in presentations, and we go back to that presentations of slides, etc., all of this was mentioned. But it's just that, when those things don't transform into regular conversations, the formal conversations will never ever translate into greater business, greater teamwork, etc. So what happened was, the solution was to have informal groups created. These informal groups were supposed to meet for coffee, talk about things, and understand what they do, apart from looking at their domain specific specialization or what the divisions were doing, etc. So that helped increase the cross sales between teams, helped greater teamwork. And we created this concept of ambassador. So, you had to have an ambassador of a particular division working in, knowing about the other parts as well. So, and that ambassador had to be from from another function to be able to understand. So you virtually sort of cross-pollinate ambassadors across different functions to help them sort of coordinate better, converse better. During COVID, I think you brought out the mention of COVID and what happened, Paramita. So, one of the things I remember during COVID was this, that, we would have an informal session because everybody was working from home. We've had people who came in, joined the company at the start of COVID and left, and nobody knew how they looked like. So that also happened. So, then I met somebody who was in the team, and she said, "Oh, I worked in your team." I said, yes, you look different on the screen." So, because that's how we had known each other for the while that they'd spent time. So, so we started doing these informal sessions, where on Fridays, we wouldn't talk about work, but talk about what they did during the week, because everybody was home. And so what all happened, etc. So, those informal sessions, chat sessions, bring about a human element, because sometimes that goes missing in the pursuit of all our work, etc. So it's important to, I'll digress a little bit. I'll bring an example from the armed forces where I served. It's very important to have one-on-one for the leader with anyone and everyone in the team at all times. Because what tends to happen is the downside of risk in an operation in the army is very high. Very high. Your losses don't come in any other form but in body bags. So it's important, therefore, it is extremely important, critical, that you establish a relationship, a conversation, a regular conversation, where you also know that whether somebody's not been keeping well, somebody's family's not been well, etc. Because we often judge that, oh, this person was not up to the mark in this engagement. But it's important to understand people in order to be able to sit in a seat of judgment, which of course we shouldn't. But I think that is where it is. The genesis of it all is in having a people-to-people relationship, and it's constant. It's not just a one-off, but it's a continuous process.
The expressions differed, but the message is same: humanism, collaboration, togetherness, community. I think that is something that actually galvanizes the entire thing, entire kind of employee group around you, and allows them to focus on something meaningful. Very interesting. Words were different, but I think the underlying theme is the same. That community, collaboration, togetherness, and underlying humanism that binds all this together. Very interesting. Yeah, different words, but message is very similar. Yeah.
So, yeah, just one thing. Director, Ramkumar Kakani said that everybody sitting here is a diamond, right? So remember that and try to treat your team members like that, right? And try and polish the diamond. Certain cases, there'll be a lump of coal. Then you figure out what you do with it. Okay? But give the person enough chances. But jokes aside, treat people like, like unpolished diamonds. Try to tap their potential. Okay? That's what sets you apart as a leader of people. Yeah.
Thank you.
So just to add to what both Prabal and Paramita said, they both mentioned those conversations, 10,000 conversations and speaking to everyone. I learned something which I wished I knew many years back. Last year, I was on a sabbatical and I did a coaching. I trained to be a coach. And what was interesting was that I always thought mentorship was, as a management consultant, as a leader, you're asked, so this is the problem, what's the answer, what's the solution? And you get into that groove. Whereas in coaching, and increasingly, I think basically there would be a lot of value to be coach-like leaders. In coaching, you believe that everyone has the answers. They have, especially in the psychological realm, because how can let's say somebody is like a bully in the organization, they've got this reputation of not being very kind or understanding or not being a team collaborator. Rather than judging and just giving advice as if it can be implemented straight on, what matters will be those conversations where there is powerful questioning and very deep non-judgmental listening. In that, same plain conversation, not top down, in that same plain conversation, with that deep listening, solutions and insight just emerge.
Yeah,
and
that's-
that can be quite magical.
Possibly some kind of therapy which lets people evolve to a higher plane with unconditional positive regard for others. Very interesting. I think I'm kind of touched by the kind of convergent themes and very rich experiential expressions came from our panelists. And though we had planned to end this panel discussion by 3:45 and the 15 minutes of question and answer, with their such tremendous interest in sharing with you their rich insights, we have exceeded time a little bit, so we have only 5 minutes left for question and answers. So now keep it open for students here to raise their questions and tap the wisdom of our panelists. So it's open to the audience.
Oh, wow.
A very good afternoon to our distinguished panelists and to our professor. I am Sarthak Saxena, PGP batch 2325. And I have two questions for all of you. So the first one is, what changes can be made to, make skill and talent development less like a rat race and more like a actual cultivation of virtues? And the second one that I wanted to ask you is that we spoke about skill and talent development at a very later age in life, but a lot of the skills or EQ or leadership, these things you don't need an MBA to learn them. So what structural, systematic or regulatory changes can be made to actually address these skills at a very young or a very nascent age?
What changes need to be made at the policy level to actually ensure that the new graduates are equipped with these skills? Soft skills we talked about, emotional intelligence we talked about, presentation skills we talked about, storytelling we talked about, unconditional positive regard we talked about, one-to-one conversations, building community. This is not something that possibly they would be trained.
Right.
So how do you really, what changes are required in possibly at the policy level so that the colleges, institutes equip managers with these skills? Very, very insightful question and practical question for them as well. Because what you possibly shared with them is not something they hope to receive through formal curriculum. Very, very, I think, relevant question, right?
If I can be allowed to be flippant, be the change you want to see, right? All of you, there are about 280, 290 people here, right? 300, yeah, I was trying to count actually. So all of you have heard what we had to say. All of you are students of a very reputed and influential school. Why don't you guys start something, why don't you guys start the movement? That these are the things that we want, talk to your teachers, talk to your professors, talk to your directors, say that we want I don't know, a soft skills course. We want a course on emotional intelligence. We want to do these things which will, help us develop it, write about it, talk about it, start a movement. See, I can sit here and say it should be done at policy level. I have very little influence on policy, right? Maybe it should happen. It'll probably take a very long time, but if it's a movement, and talk to your friends in other IIMs, talk to your friends in other colleges, talk to your siblings, make people aware of the need to be emotionally intelligent, to be aware, to, when you go out in the organization, in the corporate world, and, spread that message. Because the way I try to, at least all of us, I think, sitting here, the way we try to impact change is be the change ourselves. Everything that we told you, we have learned, and we have, like you said, yes, we have learned at a later age. Some of us actually were reasonably people-oriented from the, from a pretty young age. So I will urge all 300 of you to be the change bearers yourself, right? Don't wait for policy. Don't wait for anyone to come and make changes in you're done with school and undergraduation. You're almost done with post-graduation, right? So the only way you can benefit from this change is to be at the genesis of the change yourself. 300 of you, it's a powerful movement. Start something.
Madam, I think two implications of your very significant statement. One is start movement with you all together. Second is you could also take initial steps with your own self-development. That itself is a change.
Absolutely. Talk to people like they're people, not somebody who will help you get a higher CGPA. I don't know. Right? Just kidding. But yeah, start with introspection.
Due to time constraint, we'll be taking one last question.
Yeah, I think, sir, you may allow 2 questions because there's tremendous interest among audience for their benefits. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Good evening, panelists. Firstly, I would like to say thank you for coming and sharing your knowledge and experiences with us. So today in the morning, I saw a post which said that, is it necessary to work for 70 hours a week to be successful? And sometime later, I saw a post which said that we need to stop fantasizing grinding at workplaces to be successful. So you as leaders in your organizations, what do you inculcate in your team members to maintain a work-life balance, which helps employees and motivates them in their day-to-day practices? And what are your opinions on stop fantasizing the grinding at workplaces?
In the morning, this topic had come up, and SPR had given one, the starting point of his viewpoint, which is the spirit was in terms of hard work. It wasn't necessarily, we've blown it out of proportion about the 70 hours. Having said that, the way I look at it, right? It's that Ikigai thing. If I've had team members working on weekends and I'm telling them you don't need to, and you can't stop them. So it's because they just enjoy it and they want to deliver it with that great sense of ownership and accountability. So you can enjoy your work and then you won't be able to stop. Now, but I think it's a matter of individual context and team context. There are certain groups within an organization, or there are certain kinds of organizations where upfront, there is hard work, right? So you're not going to join a fintech, for example, or an edtech, or you're not going to join a small firm, which is in its startup stages, or which is setting up a new practice or a new product. You can expect that there will be grind. So, there is that judgment of what kind of role you're walking into. You have to take in consulting, for example, or in sales, there will be a lot of travel. And there will be proposal deadlines. There will be engagement deadlines. It's not a structured, large project, or it's not a customer service where you have fixed hours. So that's, I think, an individual decision and an individual career and work-life responsibility and a choice everyone needs to take for themselves. Now, in terms of the manager style, the way I look at it is if there's it's the quality of that hard work. Is it some bad decisions that is making everybody scramble? So upfront planning and vision and strategy is wrong, and hence you're finding yourself in the middle of a whole lot of these fires that employees are fixing. Or is there bad planning so that there's a proposal that's due, and then the last 2 days everybody is scrambling to work and rework? It's the quality of that extra effort that matters. Is it voluntary? Is it kind of exciting? Or and is it backed by the entire team? Nobody wants to be those 5 people working and then the boss is having fun at home, right? So are you there in the trenches and leading all of these things? And I'm sure there are more other things that will come in handy, but there's one interesting statement that I heard a CEO say, a friend and a CEO say. When there is a question or a topic, there is the best answer that suits all questions is it depends. So it depends, context, individual, and a whole lot of other parameters. So do apply your judgment and do insist on that judgment from the leaders and management as well.
Last question now.
Good afternoon, respected panelists, moderator, sir. I am Dheeraj Kungwani, and I'd like to really thank you for such an insightful session on skill and talent management, right from talent acquisition to how to develop them, which made me think that how you all at your respective organization balance the need for immediate productivity with long-term investment in skill development for sustaining economic growth, quoting the numbers of 5 trillion and 10 trillion dollars that we are aiming.
Okay, how do we balance immediate productivity with? So I think what helps is planning. You heard Sabita say planning, right? So yeah, planning, what skills, so there are calendars that come out, learning calendars, right? So depending on what you want to learn, whether you want to learn about cloud, you want to learn about digital, you want to learn about the latest kid on the block, Gen AI, right? You choose your courses. You plan it out yourself. The organization plans out the provision of the programs. You plan what you need to do. There's a little bit of mandating, because if you have somebody like me and you don't tell me you have to do something, I won't do it. Okay. So, no, I'm just kidding. But yeah, because what happens is a lot of us really get busy with our work. Then we don't have time sometimes we don't have time to enroll for training courses. So there's a little bit of a mandate. And this year, the mandate for learning across all levels has jumped from, I think, there was no mandate. Typically, it used to be around 20, 25 hours. It's jumped to 70 hours. And that is very high when you think of the senior people. Okay. The college freshers, the young professionals are typically very hungry. And they do hundreds of hours, okay, in a year. But the more senior you go, the tendency to not learn. And hence the mandate that you, however senior you are, you cannot, stop your continuous learning journey. So it's a question of planning. It's a question of mandate. And then it's a question of free will, right? I mean, we don't push anybody into a classroom. You have work today. You don't have to do this training today, but you have to do 70 hours in a year. We will be also, it's a question of information sharing, updating through dashboards. So you are told where you stand. So I'm told where I stand. I'm told where my team stands. So then as an individual, I'll try to do things to better my hours. Okay. If I'm only motivated by hours, ideally I should be motivated by what I'm learning, how I can apply them. But I'm also getting information about my team and who's doing a good job of learning, who isn't. And then comes the interventions, okay? So when I feel that this person needs, we continuously assess people also. So based on the assessment, certain skill gaps come up. And we'll say, okay, now, you need to go for a training in this platform, or you need to go a shadowing course with so-and-so team. So yeah, there are many, many different things.
That was an extremely insightful discussion. Thank you, everyone.
I would take this opportunity to thank all the panel members for their valuable insights on the topic and for sharing with us their enriching experiences. I now request Professor Pawar to extend the memento from IIM Raipur and present the panelists with the same for gracing us with their presence in this leadership summit.
Shri Prabal Das Gupta.
Mr. Saeed Haq.
Ms. Paramita Gupta.
Ms. Sabita Vopala.
Now, I would like to invite Professor Ramkumar Kakani, Director, IIM Raipur, to felicitate the moderator with a memento.
Friends, I request a standing ovation from all of you for the kind of panel, that discussion that was there, the quality and everything. The panelists as well and the moderator as well.
We request Chairperson Placement to join the panelists for a photograph.
We request the dignitaries to proceed to the IR Lounge ground floor Gyanshila to be part of the high tea. We request the students to be seated until the guests leave.
There's an announcement. Anyone who will be late will not be allowed inside the auditorium. You're supposed to report 10 minutes before the session. If it's 4:30, you have to report at 4:20, not 4:35. You will not be entertained late from tomorrow onwards. You may leave.
Discussion of the day on the topic business growth in fast changing technological developments.
In an era where technological advancements are redefining market landscapes, business growth is closely tied to the ability to navigate and harness these changes. As technologies evolve, they create new opportunities and challenges for businesses, making agility and innovation key drivers of success. To gain further insights on the topic, I would now request the distinguished panelists and the moderator to join us on stage.
I would now like to take the privilege of introducing our esteemed panelists. I'm honored to introduce our first guest, Mr. Lalit Jadhav, CEO, Gift City, IndusInd Bank. Mr. Jadhav is an accomplished professional with extensive experience in the banking and financial industry. As the Chief Executive Officer and Head of IBU Gift City at IndusInd Bank, he has demonstrated exceptional leadership skills and a strong track record of success. With over 8 years of experience as the CEO of Gift City, he has played a pivotal role in driving growth and establishing strategic partnerships. Prior to his role at IndusInd Bank, he held key positions at Axis Bank and ICICI Bank, where he led international financial institutions and correspondent banking divisions. Sir holds a PGDM in Marketing and Finance from Symbiosis Institute of Management Studies. Sir, we are honored to have you here with us.
Our second distinguished guest for the discussion is Ms. Sabita Vupala, Global BFSI Practice Lead, Collabora Digital. Ms. Vupala has over 24 years of BFSI leadership experience globally as banker, management consulting practice lead, and business development P&L lead. She currently leads Collabora Digital's global financial services practice based in India. In her last role with MasterCard, Singapore, she was real-time payments business head for APAC geography. Prior to that, she worked with firms like IBM, Cognizant, and Infosys across North America and APAC markets. Ms. Vupala has done her MBA from IIM Calcutta and Executive Client Partnerships Program from Wharton. Ma'am, we welcome you to our second panel discussion today.
Our third honorable panelist of the day is Mr. M.V. Krishnamurthy, Financial Services Consultant, ex-IBM. Mr. Murthy is a financial services professional with over 22 years of experience in India and globally. He has worked with IBM and Accenture, leading the insurance practice and consulting for India. He has expertise in strategic planning, business transformation, and operational excellence. He has driven large-scale multifunction projects across the value chain globally. He holds a medical degree from Armed Forces Medical College, Pune, and an MBA from IIM Calcutta in Finance and Strategy. He was awarded the Aditya Birla Scholarship for Leadership at IIM Calcutta. Sir, it's a pleasure to have you here with us.
I'm honored to introduce our fourth guest, Mr. Prasanna Valimbe, co-founder Bluecrest Software. Mr. Valimbe is a seasoned technology professional and a serial entrepreneur who has worked with large corporations and built world-class software products. He has set up competency centers of excellence for Fortune 500 companies in India and tackled multiple challenges with a hands-on approach. He has founded companies in data analytics and artificial intelligence, especially in fields of finance and e-commerce. Some of his products have been adopted by leading exchanges of the world, including NYSE. Sir's core expertise lies in aligning technological development with key business objectives. Sir holds degrees from IIT Kharagpur and IIM Kolkata. Sir, we welcome you to our panel discussion today.
I would now take the privilege to introduce the moderator for this discussion, Professor Sumit Gupta, MIS Professor, IIM Raipur. With a remarkable career spanning 18 years, Professor Gupta is a distinguished figure in the realm of information technology and systems. Holding a PhD from the National University of Singapore, His academic journey is accentuated by achievements such as the AIS Distinguished Member Recognition in 2020 and the prestigious Best Paper Award at the International Conference on Information System in Munich, Germany. Notably, he has been honored with the Bharat Vikas Award for his contributions beyond academia. Thank you, sir, for being here with us.
Now I would like to request Professor Rashmi Shukla, Chairperson Placement, to felicitate the panelists with a memento, with a bouquet.
Mr. Lalit Jadhav.
Ms. Sabita Vopala.
Mr. M.V. Krishnamurthy.
Mr. Prasanna Valimbe.
Professor Sumit Gupta. I now request Professor Gupta to take the panel discussion ahead.
Hello. Oh, okay, it's working. Thank you. So we welcome all the esteemed panelists to this panel discussion on business growth in fast changing technological developments. You know, we are living in very volatile era, technologically volatile era, where so many technologies are coming and making not only normal people flabbergasted, even we are also actually very much in confusion what to do with them. You know, AI and IoT and what your quantum computing now coming into picture, then IoT and so on. And IT guys are all good because this is a finance panel. I can definitely talk about IT guys. They all want to have new technologies coming in so that their business goes on. So since these technological developments are so very, so first question I would like to pull in front of you is in front of the entire panel, and we'll go one by one, is please describe your business in terms of these technological developments. How these technology touches your business? So we'll start with Lalitji and then we'll go ahead with the panel.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sumit. Really appreciate your inviting us to be a part of the panel. I'm from so-called brick and mortar company. I'm from a banking industry. I've been with IndusInd Bank, Axis Bank, and ICICI. I think you heard the gents and the lady mention it. And people would imagine and think, what has that got to do with technology? But if there is something some industry which has actually embraced technology and made a huge difference, not just for itself, but also for common people across on the street, I think unilaterally you could easily pick up your hand and say that it has been the banking industry. Some of the changes which have happened over a period of time are quite remarkable. And I wouldn't know about the generation which right now sits in front of us, but I distinctly remember our generation when we used to go across to banks. We used to actually have huge ledger books, which people used to make entries into in case you need to withdraw money, you need to deposit money, you need to make a recurring deposit, you need to apply for a card. All this was extremely paper-based. It was extremely manual as well. There were a lot of areas which were prone for error. There was a lot of chance of mistakes, fraud. and rest of the things which could result in financial impact both for the bank as well as for the client. What has happened over last about decade and a half, and I'm sure that everyone would have seen, is banks have actually absorbed the technology, used it to take it to the next level. Now, today's generation, and I can very well imagine, and this is a proof of the pudding. I really don't know how many of us have actually physically visited the branch, except for maybe an instance or two where you need to do a KYC or put your fingerprint for Aadhaar at the bank counter. Now, that itself goes to show that the banks have actually not just taken in the technology for the public good, but have also digested it within the system. Now, what are the places where banks have actually taken in technology, and what are the technological pieces that banks have to grapple with? And these are the latest ones which are pretty much visible. I'm sure everyone would have read about it, heard about it. Artificial intelligence. What has that got to do with banking? But that's something that banks are using at this point in time as we speak. Blockchain technology, distributed ledger. That's something the banks have actually taken to the next level. In payments, the banks have taken it to the next level as well. One of the use cases that you can easily see is how India has embraced UPI. And that's a very, very good use case where we are one of the only countries in the world which actually can boast of such a massive rollout, which actually is a technological marvel. It's a challenge. If you hitherto rewind about 5, 6, 7 years back, and what you see today, it's a technological marvel, and it has solved some real world issues. So these are some of the points which are from tech perspective. There is also something which is unique, which the banks are using, which is robotic process automation. Now, this is not something which can directly be seen from client perspective or customer perspective, but internally within the bank, it does give a lot of efficiency, reduction of error, and ability to scale up quite drastically. End in none, eventually, if the client is happy, the banks are happy. Client make money or saves money, the banks can also charge a bit of a premium and make money. So these are the points which actually point out what are the technological differences, innovations that have happened across, and how as institution, as banks, we have absorbed it, we have digested it, and we have actually taken it to the next level. At this point in time, I think one of the other pieces which is moving very well is mobile app banking. And now it's no longer just one app for all kind of banking. You have various segregated apps within apps. And banks have now started differentiating basis the customer type in terms of what facilities, what services a particular client needs. And you can actually pick and select and modulate the app accordingly. So from tech perspective, tech development, these are some of my initial thoughts, and happy to expand on any of these.
Thanks, Lalit. Actually, I give this example in my own class because I am also from the generation who visited banks. My father used to train me by sending me to banks how to do all these transactions. So I know being in line for 1 hour and so on. And now we really visit. In fact, if you want to visit bank, it will be a pain in the neck that I have to visit a bank, right? So thanks for sharing. Savita, you are from this Collaborator Digital, and you have seen a lot of digital in your life. So would like to give some examples of how technology is touching your businesses.
Yeah, I'm with a technology organization, so it's the heart of what we do. So Collaborator Digital is in the IT services space, and I'm building the global banking and financial services practice. So Mr. Lalit is representative of my client segments. So banks, fintechs, insurance companies keep us busy because there is, as he referred to, banks are the earliest and pretty much the largest adopters of most of the latest technologies. He's referred to quite a few of those areas, UPI, for example. To me, UPI and then mobile apps, that's for customer experience transformations. UPI at the ecosystem level. That artificial intelligence and generative AI, which has tremendous potential for across an enterprise, pretty much all functions, and we'll probably go into that a little bit more as the discussion progresses. But the essential part of what I'm trying to say is technology is a tool. Ultimately, it serves a purpose. So the problem statement and the value, the application of technology becomes important. And the transformation program, these are not simple initiatives. So managing the complexity of innovating, carving out and articulating a product or a solution, and then rolling out the initiative, this is what makes it challenging. In terms of potential, for example, from my last role with MasterCard, even in today's world with Collabora Digital, we're working with several wallets who make payments easier, who make it easier for underbanked customers to use their mobile apps to accept payments as merchants, as well as to make payments as customers. So I see the purpose of technology as having a tremendous amount of socioeconomic impact. Financial inclusion is the biggest one. In the banking and financial services world, right? So India has made leaps and bounds of progress, but most of the emerging markets are also making that progress. Small business empowerment and enablement. So a lot of the AI goes into, for example, alternate credit risk analysis and profiling, which enables them to issue loans that probably would have been difficult with the traditional underwriting mechanisms, and automation and digitization at a wide scale, right? So whatever paper movement you're talking about can be digitized and automated. That's where Mr. Lalit referred to RPA, for example, and there are other digitization technologies. So again, I think the crux of what I'm trying to say is that technology serves a purpose, and it's very important for all of you, the future leaders, to know what that purpose is and use technology as that tool.
Yeah, thanks, Savita. So that's interesting to hear that you are using AI, and I'll come back to AI and blockchain because we would like to learn more about it. Over to MB Krishnaji about your experience in terms of how technology touches your business.
Thank you, Professor. Good afternoon, everyone. Great to be back here again and meet and interact with you guys. Today, when I'm going to speak, I would like to wear two hats and speak. One as an insurer, as a practice lead in insurance, and the other as a doctor, because that was what my primary profession was before I went to do my MBA. And the impact technology has or is having right now in both the areas. Banking, as we have heard, is miles ahead of the curve. Banking is so far ahead, so much in terms of technology uptake. The push through of technology to customers is also very easy to the and to the in the bank itself. So it's been a sort of trend setter, if you will, in financial services area. Whereas insurance has been a laggard. Insurance has perennially been a laggard in uptake of any new technologies, in uptake of any new things for various reasons. A, nature of business, very conservative, very closed. B, it is shrouded in sort of some secrecy, the actuarial aspects, underwriting risk management aspects. There are this is a holy grail which is not supposed to be known to others. Then third, the fact that you're carrying all the insurance policies are liabilities for the insurance company, right? And you're carrying them not for 1 year or 2 years, but you're carrying them for 30 years, 40 years. Consequently, you have to be very, 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 conservative on this. And another thing which has been a very big factor in insurance companies is there have been a huge number of M&A globally. So lots of legacy systems in various insurers, and each of these insurance companies going in for M&As, and then all these legacy systems coming together, creating a very huge, unwieldy complex of systems where customer relationship management is lost. There's no idea of who your customer is properly because he's showing up in different areas in different ways and different systems. So consequently, insurance has always been at the back, has had technology on the back burner. But of late, what we are seeing in the last few years in insurance is that there's been a tremendous drive towards using data. One of the good things about insurance is that by the nature of the business, it accumulates data. They are data hoards. Every year you're collecting so much data about every policy, every auto, car, your in car insurance, you're selling your life insurance, health insurance. So much data is being collected about all these people. And the insurance companies have no idea what to do with it. They're just sitting on a treasure of data with no idea of how to use it better for their customers and for themselves to make themselves more profitable. And this is also partly due to lack of technology, lack of computing power to help them process this. Today, we are seeing that technology has arrived. The ability to slice and dice data, big data in minutes is very, very easy as compared to what it was years back. So suddenly insurance companies are finding themselves that they have so much of data on hand and they have an analysis of this data. So which is helping them come up with new areas. So what we are seeing in insurance, impact, I would first and foremost, I would say the impact in the most high visible area is in claims, where claims is something which is, is a moment of truth for person who's buying insurance as well as for the insurance company, because there's a time when the insurance company is paying up on its promise. It has made a promise to the person who bought the policy that if something were to happen to you, I'm going to pay you. So that's a moment of truth. And this is where there's a lot of scope for fraud as well as for, even in straightforward cases, how do you do it better, faster, and make it more customer friendly? So this is where technology has come in. And you would be seeing ads nowadays, of ACCO, I think, where, you have Saif Ali Khan's daughter, showing up and saying she's just taking a pic of it and she's getting the car repaired, her auto insurance, etc. So this is where it's going. So claims is one high impact area where we are seeing a lot of changes happening. Second area which we are seeing an impact is underwriting, the risk management tools which we use. Again, use of data, access to data, and the biggest thing which is not there earlier which is there today is social media. The data about us on social media is out there and we are willingly going and putting it there. Where are we going? Where are we partying? What are we doing? How are we? Everything's out there, right? This data is also being used by insurers to actually get a understanding of the profile of the person, what type of car he drives, what type of lifestyle he or she has, and then base accordingly. That is at the basic level. Then using the existing data, they're also doing predictive modeling. Again, use of technology, how to do predictive modeling in underwriting and then do a risk assessment to help you cover your risks better. The third area, which is again, I'm not going to touch about automation, back office processing, etc., because that's happening at a rapid rate. That is it's a no-brainer, right? It's going to happen. It's happening fast. That's something which is a low-hanging fruit, which insurance just picked up from banking and said, yeah, we can do this, and they started doing that. The third area, which is very interesting for us as people, is the Internet of Things. Internet of Things is something which has still not been explored to its fullest extent possible. We talk a lot about Internet of Things. IoT is a big buzzword. There are a lot of, but use cases have not still come through. But there's a potential is there. Imagine the Apple Watch you are wearing on your hand, the Fitbit you're wearing on your hand. We all wear Apple Watches, Fitbits, smartwatches, right? And the amount of data it's collecting regarding your heart rate, regarding your number of stairs you're climbing every day, number of steps you're taking, how much cardio you're doing, everything is being captured there. Then this is enough data to help insurance companies focus on how do they customize, personalize it for you. The Internet of Things is going to help them reach out to an individual customer. Don't give a blanket policy, but something just customized to you based on what you want. So this is where Internet of Things is coming. That's another huge technological impact that's happening in insurance. And I'll rest with insurance for now. I can go on this for hours together because that's my passion. I'll also spend a few minutes talking about the impact we're seeing in healthcare. And that is something which we need to touch upon. because healthcare is one of the last fields associated with technology. Because you think, what is healthcare? Healthcare is about doctors. What do doctors have to do with technology? But first and foremost, I am a doctor. And if you had asked me 25 years back that, do you know 25 years down the line, you would be talking about big data, cloud, AI, predictive modeling. I would have said, are you crazy? I'm a doctor. I have no way I'm going to be doing this, right? But circumstances are such that things have changed. Today, I talk to friends of mine, my batchmates from medicine, who are holding a PhD in neural networks. He's a doctor, MD, MS, PhD in neural networks. They are doing program AI, using AI in medical diagnosis, in radio diagnosis. There's a lot of things which are happening in that area, genomics. So technology is making a lot of impact in this area, and it is forcing people who normally would not want to go near technology. 10 years back, no doctor would want to go near technology, right? It's something I don't want to understand. I can't understand. I don't want to know it. But today, if you look at it, doctors are taking up technology. They're learning technology because they understand that if they don't learn it, they cannot survive. They are going to be wiped out. Robotic surgery is coming in. Lots of changes are coming in. And hence the need for doctors to learn this is becoming imperative. Is another big change we're seeing in healthcare. So maybe 10 years down the lane, you'll find doctors who are not just having medical skills, but more importantly, having skills on how to operate machines, how to do deep understanding of neural networks, helping you in diagnosis, and presenting a totally radically different view of things for you. So this is what's happening in this area, and this is how the technology is making an impact in these two areas, I think. And as we go forward in today's discussion, I'll be happy to spend more time talking about these two areas.
Thank you, sir. Actually, we already have one program by one of our colleagues, Professor Prashar, who is heading this health vertical. So we have data analytics for them and many other management courses. So that's interesting to know that now doctors are actually not only doing MBA, but they're also doing PhD in healthcare. Okay, so analytics. So over to Prasanna ji, you are from software industry, and which is actually quite heavily touched by technology. So would like to describe some of the tech trends that's coming in your business.
Yeah, thank you, Sumit. And for a technology conference, seeing so many well-dressed people is new for me. I mean, so thank you all of you for sitting here and listening to us. But as he mentioned, like I'm an entrepreneur, have founded companies. So the two areas that the companies I founded were mainly in financial research and investments. It's in capital markets and e-commerce. So over the last 10 years, so I started my career as a research analyst, and we used to understand financial statements, this and that. And now everything is done by a computer. So unless you bring up your skill, try to find out beyond the numbers what it means, the technology in our area has just eaten up things. Like now you have trading, which is done by bots. Like 70-80% of volume that goes through NASDAQ and NYSE is automated. I mean, it's a huge number. And in India also, same thing will happen. And while we were coping up with this, we built products around this. And in the last couple of years, you must have heard about generative AI. And now there are companies, in fact, there are Morgan Stanley, or one of the big ones, has equipped their wealth managers. So people who will advise their clients with robo advisory, 10,000 of them. So in 5 years, technology is just not only going to, this industry generates a lot of information and consumes a lot of information. So every day you will see a report on some economy, some company, some development, and it's just humanly becoming impossible to make this correlation, keep your view in mind. So use of technology is a must. I mean, if you have to survive in this industry, you have to take this technology. there are limitations, there are faults, there are edge cases where this technology fails, and that's where the human need is. And so long as you can be in that space, I think you can make wonderful careers in this. On the other, think e-commerce, right? So, I mean, every product that you're now pitched, whether you go to Myntra, Amazon, I mean, the research that goes behind just to show those top three is phenomenal, right? I mean, it's like sometimes you wonder whether do I even have a choice? Because how many times you have scrolled beyond the third page to even look at a product? I mean, it's like yes, there are dark sides of this technology where you're being conditioned, your brain is being conditioned by products that are being pushed. And that's where I would like to mention that India is being one of the front thought leaders in the world. We mentioned UPI and now ONDC, which is coming through. That's going to democratize this commerce so that instead of being a monopoly like an Amazon or a Myntra, a garment seller in Raipur has equal access to sell his product versus a big company based out of Delhi. I mean, it's really exciting to be in India in technology. And it's just human capital, whatever you can apply your thoughts, there are a lot of avenues where we can really do good work here.
Thank you, Prasanna. It was interesting to hear about ONDC, and we'll come back to you on that. Lalitji, I want to take this discussion forward by asking if you can describe some of the use cases of any of the technology, particularly RPA, because the entire panel talked about a lot about RPA, robotic process automation, either robo advisory or any use case of AI or blockchain. Because what we see in the society is, although there is a lot of hype about blockchain and AI, there are not many use cases, actual use cases of blockchain. AI, there are many, but not many of blockchain. RPA, I do understand. So just wanted to hear from you, all of you, about any of these use cases or some of the stories which you would like to just tell us about, inform us about.
Sure. So in fact, this is one of the pieces which banks have adopted, and not just banks. In fact, anyone who has tried to interact with an airline would first get the choice of having a discussion with their chatbots. Similarly, in banks, you will typically interact with, let's say, the client service executive. And when you do dial your relationship manager, trust me when I say this, if your mobile is what you are using to dial in, most of the information profile of the client, etc., is already in front of the person who's having a chat with you. This is very clearly a demonstrative of how your calling mode, medium, etc., can be used in order to address your needs. The person, the lady or the gent on the other side already is aware of who is calling me. There are list of typical points in terms of what could be the issues or solutions that could be faced, and the person just has to click across and make sure that your query resolution does happen at the earliest. So eventually, if you look at it, the client experience gets hugely impacted and benefited. Earlier, we used to hold on to the client on telephone calls for 5 minutes, 10 minutes in order to get a resolution. Now, invariably, 80 to 90% of the query resolution actually is done by automated systems. To the extent that some of the use case, I will probably not just mention which is in use in India, but this is something which is being rolled out in Bangladesh. And why I want to highlight that particular use case is interesting because from market similarity perspective, both these are very, very similar. So what happens is you have people on the street who are running very small shops. They have money coming in, going out. They are buying goods and selling their wares or consumables, etc. Now, he doesn't have a mechanism of tracking what is the money that he's left with at the end of it, what is his receivable, does he have a book of accounts? He doesn't. Very clearly, he can't hire a CA. He doesn't have an audit firm. He doesn't have a software which will keep track of it. So trust me when I'm saying this. I was in Dhaka about a year back. It was in POC stage at that point in time, and this was demonstrated across. The person who's selling cigarettes, okay, a pan wala selling cigarettes, he just needs to dial a certain number and speak to that machine that I have bought cigarettes for 500 taka. The system will automatically register that he has expended 500 rupees and bought a certain kind of a goods. After he sold, let's say, 2 packets, he just has to call up that number and say, I have sold 2 packets for 200 each. That also gets recorded, and it's idiot proof. He doesn't need to punch in any numbers. He doesn't need to punch in or make any entries anywhere. It's voice command. And this, I believe, is one step further in terms of solving real problem issues using technology as a wrapper. The other thing which I could probably mention as a use case, and there are many number of such use cases, but some things which are really impactful. If you go to villages and let's say a person wants to give money to someone, typically you will give it across in cash. Now these days, because most of the people are Aadhaar enabled, everyone has Aadhaar. Invariably, everyone would have an Aadhaar. Your biometrics are there in the system. There is a case, there is a POC which has been undertaken at this point in time where a person can transfer money from his account to another person's account using only a thumbprint. Now, this is a remarkable development from this perspective that person on the street, a person who's maybe not very, very educated, doesn't really need to withdraw money, punch in ATM card, all that stuff they don't need to do. They just need to put their thumbprint. The other person who's receiving it puts their thumbprint, the money gets transferred. It's as simple as that.
Right.
It's remarkable. The other use case, and I'm sure you would subscribe to this. There are many such use cases, but one of the really exciting ones which we are working on within the banking domain is, let's say, for example, a high net worth client decides to ever visit a branch. I'm specifically very guarded in using this word, ever visit a branch, because these days hardly anyone visits a branch. Ever visit a branch. The moment he approaches the gate or the entrance, I'm sure all of you would have been traveling across airports, right? There is something called DigiYatra, and you would have seen that there is a biometric which you can see that it recognizes you. There is a Aadhaar which is interlinked. Now, similar technology has been used in banking. Okay, and look at the way technology can create a huge amount of difference. The person actually walks in, he gets biometrically identified, profiled. The client is already mapped to a certain relationship manager. The relationship manager gets a message and some kind of a buzzer, which indicates there is a high profile client who's visiting the branch. On his iPad, the client information is flashed across in terms of Mr. Let's say, for example, Ravi Saxena is visiting a branch. He already has his photograph, he has his name, he has his profile, his company, KYC details, etc., etc., etc. If anything is, let's say, for example, in banks, you need to do a re-KYC or some things need to be undertaken in terms of signature, vetting signature, etc. So those are all captured. So the moment he enters that particular premises, the relationship manager who's probably sitting a couple of cubicles away inside, he already knows that this particular person has arrived. He can proactively go across and address that gent by first name basis. Mr. Ravi, how are you? Are you here for undertaking your re-KYC? Now imagine the kind of client experience that that person would have. ये बंदा तो मेरे को जानता है, ये तो इसको तो पता भी है मैं किस लिए आया हूं. Now that is the kind of difference which a client experience will get impacted, right? This is the use of technology. It uses biometrics, it uses facial recognition, it uses the core banking software, it uses predictive technology. कि client को क्या-क्या चाहिए हो सकता है. So this is multiple use of technology, all to make sure that the client gets excellent experience and he is eventually satisfied when he deals with that particular institution. So there are many such examples, and I'm sure you would have seen some of these in cases. And like Krish mentioned, if we were to keep on expanding, I think we could peel on multiple layers. It's like onion, which doesn't really go down. Okay. So happy to share any kind of a feedback or an interesting anecdote that you might have faced and expand on that. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's interesting to hear about chatbots and HNI client experience. In fact, when I use chatbots, I always have frustrating experience. I don't know because so if you want to actually say something about that on any because I mean whenever I have used chatbot, I had to actually invariably go to a client executive.
Yeah. So see, I hear that quite often, and I'm not really surprised. It's a scale up which is happening. The systems are still to take it to the next level. It's a learning phase if you really look at it. When we started internet banking, it was just you could log in, see your statement, and maybe make some very rudimentary transactions. But today, I think you can really do a lot more. I think it is pretty much the similar case with these kind of interfaces. Give it some time. Obviously, banks are investing very, very heavily in these kind of technologies to make sure that the client experience is a lot smoother. And maybe about a year and a half, 2 years, I'm sure things would be a lot more better, smoother, and more intuitive.
Yeah, thanks for sharing. That's interesting. Yeah, so Savita ji, would like to share some of your use cases from your business side? Because
Yeah, there'd be tremendous amount of them, but I thought I'll just start with the chat GPT.
Oh, yeah, sure.
piece
Yeah,
that you
that will be much more
mentioned.
interesting because we don't know how to use ChatGPT, right?
So
Only our students know how to use ChatGPT.
it's so in the last couple of years, most of the customer facing service organizations have been implementing chatbots of various kinds. I've also had frustrating experiences because it always comes down to just doesn't understand. If it fits into the pre-programmed rules, then it gets it. And otherwise, you just end up really struggling to ultimately find a human. Now that's where generative AI actually does come in. So with generative AI, there's this ability, large language models and natural language processing, huge amounts of documents which simple English language can be understood. And folks without a technical background can practically, if you have the right tools, can define pretty much put in place a chat bot in hours. We've seen that. So I have a team member who's non-technical who's put that together, and I'm probably oversimplifying to an extent, but fundamentally it can read documents as if a human can. And what that means is that effectiveness, as Mr. Lalit said, in a few months to a year, as banks and other service organizations implement it, you will see a remarkable difference. So you'll be able to ask a question, and as long as that information is there in the document, it will be able to understand and answer your query. The second aspect of generative AI is it can generate and create content. So today, you can have, let's say, a corporate coming to a bank and starting right at the beginning, right, with a chatbot and asking what process, what loans do I qualify for, what account do I qualify for, and then the system can, as long as there is a knowledge source, a few documents can answer that question. And then if the right APIs are built to the transaction, the internal process systems, the backend process systems or the transaction systems, then the next step of that, which could be, what do I do next? Right. So to avail of certain product or, any product or open a new account, then the system will be able to recommend what those products could be, what are the forms, what is the process to be followed. And to the extent that the individual or the prospect or customer does not want to interact with the customer, it's not a very good idea to automate too much if the customer is looking for human interaction. But to the extent that they want to go through self-service, then that entire process can be followed through. Where next does generative AI come in is extraction of information from documents. So OCR, yeah, we've seen, for check clearing, even with the outdated kind of paper checks, you could, both in the US, here, in India, you can extract the amount and, the necessary information for clearing because it is structured as a document. The challenge comes in when, let's say, for your KYC process, you're dealing with annual reports. Or in trade finance, you've got other LC and other documents which are quite unstructured, even loan related documents. So again, there is tremendous amount in intelligence and potential with generative AI to scan an entire document and pick those numbers, from an unstructured document. So document extraction will significantly impact the amount of, the amount of time and cost that goes into processing and automating these document intensive processes. Also, I was mentioning generation of content, right? So you can practically have a very good draft of an email from most of these readily available kind of models. So you can say, can you generate, and a prompt could be to generate an email to give more information about a product or about certain process. System does a fairly good job of generating a good email, and then presentations, I think, and images. You can have images. I've seen examples of poems being generated also, which are quite readable and beautiful, actually, very surprising. So I think there's just tremendous potential of what can be done tapping into generative AI. Having said that, we are dealing with legacy systems on the back end. So you can't, so unlike probably a new fintech, which can build everything, leverage the latest technologies and build everything ground up, most of the banks, the traditional banks, are dealing with legacy architectures. And now there is this challenge and a balancing act, right? You can't replace. So then what do you do with your legacy system? You've got your payment processing systems, lending, trade finance. You've got all of these systems on the back end, and not to mention the actual core banking systems. So how do you make these organizations more agile? And, how do you improve the speed to market of all of these new innovations? So there's, again, a whole lot of change happening. So there's microservices based architectures that give that little bit more agility. Again, there's open banking architectures that are coming up, because increasingly there is embedded financial services. So you're chatting somewhere and then you want to make a payment through that chat interface, or there is you're on a biller's platform, and then you're trying to make a payment from there. There's all kinds of this open banking is enabling an aggregator or a distributor to offer another third-party service. That means, and that has to be done in an intelligent manner, recognizing the customer, knowing having a 360-degree view of all of their account information, where they are subscribed to different products and services, and then being intelligent about offering these services. So that means, again, there's a whole layer of technology solutioning that is required to aggregate all of that, build the intelligence on the aggregated data, and then execute from a customer service standpoint. Then there's the cross-selling and upselling, especially in the arena of increased mergers and acquisitions, and a whole lot of not just financial services offerings from the same institution. It's lifestyle apps, right? So you've got a wallet that is offering, I mean, you go to your Google Pays and the Phone Pays, and you go to several of the banks, of SBI, right? You have a whole host of e-commerce offerings, you've got insurance services, you've got financial services, completely unrelated lifestyle services like credits for planting, trees somewhere. There's any kind of use cases that are all being offered from the same platform. So then how do you cross-sell, upsell, increase the wallet share when there's a merger and an acquisition? So a bank acquires, another bank with a complementary set of products and services in another geography. So how do they integrate, and then how do they cross-sell? So these are all just examples. And as you said, we can go on and on, but yeah.
It's quite interesting to hear about this ChatGPT being used as a background for improving all your services, right? Yeah, thanks. So Krishna ji, over to you about the interesting use cases which you shared, and maybe you want to elaborate on them. Few of the use cases.
Thank you. Sure. Just to close the conversation on ChatGPT. So I am into trading. I trade a lot. I like to do trading. I'm very much, fascinated by stock market, and I've been trading for quite some time. So I have a set of rules which I follow. Everybody has their own set of rules which they do when they follow for trading, etc. When to enter, when to exit. So I was after my son, asking him to write a code for me to help me automate this, so that I am doing my work, I'm with my clients, and I'm not worried about the buy sell orders, etc. Everything, because my son was being very pricey. He's a Gen Z guy, right? So he was being very, karenge, we'll do it and all this stuff. So I use ChatGPT. PineScript, I have no clue what PineScript is. I just gave my conditions to ChatGPT. It gave me a beautiful set of code. I went and put it in my TradingView platform. TradingView said there are a couple of errors. I went back to ChatGPT and said, these are the errors. It said, I'm sorry, this is a rectification, please take it. I went back and put it there. And I backtested it. It's working perfectly. So I told my son, sorry, you lost out on this. You could have made something on this, if you had done this for me, you didn't. But so again, just to say that this is how ChatGPT is helping people. Day to day, laymen are being helped where the way technology is advancing. This is something, writing code or something just, thought to be, not in the realm of ordinary people. You need to be a coder. You need to be knowing all those languages, etc. Write code. But ChatGPT has turned it on its head. You just have to name it, and it'll write it out for you and give it to you. So that was my closing remarks on ChatGPT. Coming back to use cases and what we are seeing in insurance. Traditionally, use cases are something which we define in our industry as something to showcase a felt need, something, a perceived need, something can fulfill via so-and-so use case, etc., from a customer's perspective, right? So I have a slightly different way of thinking on this right now, which has been shaped in recent times, and this is mostly due to technology. 15 years back, when I used to go to my insurance companies and I used to talk to them. So for example, if I go to let us say HDFC Life Insurance, who was your competitor? My competitor is LIC. My competitor is ICICI Prudential, right? Today, it's changed. Yeah, that competition is going to be there in market share, etc. But you look at it from a customer's perspective. We did a voice of customer for a client once. We sat with the customers and we spoke to them just to get the a typical strategy consulting project, guys. You sit this so that you do some billing and get some money, right? So one of the customers had a very nice point. She said, "Why can't my insurance company be like Amazon? Same day delivery, Amazon Prime, or next day delivery, return, no questions asked, instant billing, Amazon Pay." It's so smooth. So the flow, right from the time I decide to buy something, what pops up there, how it helps me to take a decision, the buying process, and if I'm not interested, I get the money back. So smooth. So one of the customers asked us, "Why can't my insurance company be like Amazon in terms of customer service? The smoothness, the customer delight I get out of it." So now look at what has happened. A new use case proposition has come up for my insurance company because of Amazon. And this is because of the role technology is playing in this. This has nothing to do with insurance product. This has nothing to do with the felt need of insurance, but it has something to do with the customer's perceived need of happiness, delight, because of a company called Amazon, which has nothing to do with insurance. So this is the power of technology. It is rewriting, reshaping the way you think about use cases for your clients as we go forward. Because the client's competition is no longer other insurance companies in this case. Just expanding on that further, right? I was talking to you about data, right? The data on your appliances. Internet of Things is what we were talking about. Who has the highest collection of data in the world? Health data. It's not any of the insurance companies. It is Apple. Right? Apple has the most extensive collection of health data by age group, by gender, by geographical location, by job, by stress, by lifestyle, you name it, they have it. What is stopping them from creating an insurance product? Now, this is how technology is reshaping who could be the competition for your client. Suddenly, an insurance company can no longer think of another insurance company as its competition. It is thinking of Amazon as a competition from a customer delight perspective. It's thinking of Apple as a competitor. And then let us not even get started on InsurTechs. InsurTechs, as Sabita said, they are free of any encumbrances. No legacy systems, no issues. They are starting from scratch. They have brilliant ideas and they have the power of technology, which is enabling them to redefine what a health insurance product is. Look at what Acco is doing, right? You see the ads of Munna Bhai and ATM, Sanjay Dutt and Arshad Varsi. They are redefining health insurance because they are not encumbered by any of the legacy systems. They are not talking of any waiting period. They're not talking of any pre-existing illnesses are not covered, etc. We are going to give you all this because we have the power of data, we have the power of technology to get to the right decision from in terms of claims, in terms of premiums, etc. These are again examples of how technology is reshaping the way we look at use cases and how it is reshaping the way insurance, in my case, right, in my industry, right, insurance companies, they need to relook at how they approach their business. They can no longer approach their business as I will be selling a policy, I'll be servicing a policy. If there's a claim, I'll pay the claim. Profits I'll make, etc. No, it's completely changed. And that's what I want to leave you with is the underlying power of technology is such that it is redefining every business. Earlier, when we started our careers, and I can speak for all of us here, when we started our careers 25 years back, IT was the back office. Business was in the front office, IT was shunted to the back office, sitting somewhere in the background. Bahar batana, don't show your face. We will send you some service request, so kar dena, bas khatam. Ya computer mera kaam nahi kar raha, password kharab ho gaya. That was how it was. And over a period of time, IT started moving up the ladder. And what you saw, finally a stage came where we started saying that we are the intersection of business and technology. From a business which needs technology, which has technology, intersection of business and technology. And from there, we have now moved forward. If you say business has an intersection of technology right now, that doesn't hold good. It's gone. That was 5 years back. Today, it is technology which is leading business. Business driven by technology. The people we meet when we go to our clients are less of the COOs, etc., and more of the CTOs and CIOs, because they are now sitting in the decision-making process, because technology has this huge role in decision-making. And that's how technology is changing. The way it is evolving is technology is taking the front lead in all the businesses, and all businesses are eventually going to be driven by technology. And that's why it's very important for us to think of it in our careers as we go forward.
Yeah, thank you, Krishnaji. It was very interesting. In fact, while you were describing about this Apple, I was also thinking, why not Apple getting into insurance? Because all tech giants are actually getting in. That's a big challenge, which they are actually posing in front of all the companies. So over to you, Prasannaji. Even software development is not untouched by technology. So, would like to describe some of the use cases there. Yes.
Sure, sure. So I'll just close out on his. I'm passing the trend. So the power of technology, like Uber is the world's largest taxi company and it doesn't own a single taxi. Airbnb is the world's largest hotel / room rental and it doesn't own a single. So it's just powered by technology and they are the kings of the world now. So, and I'm sure Amazon is now into insurance also. So it's like a direct competitor to many of these people. So it's all these whatever these people have told is correct, and technology is going to pervade into business, force change into the business, and if you don't change you will be wiped out. That's the truth for the future generation. Just in terms of software development, and before I go to that, I would like to give one use case of a blockchain which as you said, hasn't picked off. And I mean, we know the crypto hype that happened, but if you go to pure blockchain, one of the projects that we did for a client was, so the client is based out of Norway. And if I can just ask, like, if you hear Norway, what do you think of? What is the first thing that comes to your mind? No, I'm just asking anyone. Yops, yeah. I mean, it's a tourism place, but I think I mean, Lando? Midnight Sun, okay, yeah. No, so from a product perspective, it's oil and salmon, the fish, okay? So there's an exporter and salmon fishing has a lot of regulation. You cannot over farm it. You have to keep it in that particular. So the government has divided them into zones. Once you capture it, you have to keep it in a habitat for at least a month. The temperatures have to be within a range of 5 degrees centigrade. And this salmon gets shipped to China to process and then gets exported to US. And the Norway salmon commands over 300% margin over any other salmon. So literally, and there are so many people involved in this chain, like, you know, the transporters, the processors and all. So there is a blockchain technology which is used for traceability. And the product is called Salmon Passport. You can actually go and look for it. So when you scan it in a retail shop in New York, it will tell you exactly from where it came, how much time was it in this area, how much time it was in this area, what was the temperature, everything is shown to it. So in supply chain traceability, a lot of practical use cases are being employed now. It's hard to do it, very hard to do it, because it's not a pure technology solution. So many people have to, it's a network product. So interestingly, ONDC's basic protocol is based on a ledger technology. And if I'm not wrong, NPCI is now piloting digital rupee on ONDC. So it's going to be one step forward for, you know, claims, you know, frauds and, you know, all kinds of resolutions. Having this distributed traceable ledger is going to be a big thing for e-commerce in India.
Features. Would like to give some insight on ONDC also. I think that will be quite useful how ONDC is picking up.
I mean, ONDC is like it's not yet full blown to the level it is, but it's picking up so much that they have built the entire tech stack, right? I mean, the protocols, the APIs, everything has been developed by a private company, but sponsored by the government. So you can use it you just have to think of a use case, build your product and go. I mean, it's as simple. And one of the success stories, because the company that developed the first thing was based out of Kochi. So the Kochi Taxi Union, the old style taxis, they have a mobile app like an Uber, which is powered by ONDC. So that's
quite interesting to hear.
Yeah. I think maybe it was a pilot. I don't know. Yeah. So now in fact, now we have finance, insurance. You can sell insurance. So if you want to start up a insurance advisory firm,
go on ONDC.
Go on ONDC. It's like so. I think it's going to be a very big thing in the future. Probably it will take a few more years to become really mainstream, but the promise is there, and the government is really pushing it very hard.
Okay. Thanks for that interesting take. I think we are about to enter. I mean, it's getting time. So, like to just ask you if you have some message for our students about how they should be gearing up for these technological challenges, because it's not going to be so easy coming up. Yeah. So, over to you, Lalit.
Thanks very much. It's not much that you can actually look to do, but embrace technology. My sincere suggestion would be to look at solving the real world problems. Technology is right there. I think it's how you use it, how you interpret it, and how you overlay it. I think we've all exhibited various use cases, and to the last one which mentioned blockchain, the use case which was mentioned across is pretty much there. One of the use cases for blockchain has also been real-time settlement of US dollars. Now, I don't think people here would see it, but in cross-border, dollar is a very difficult currency to settle. There is a T+1, T+2 kind of settlements. But using blockchain technology, companies and banks have started experimenting. The regulators also put their heft behind it. And there have been settlement in dollars in India, while it is not onshore India, but in offshore jurisdiction like Gift City, settlement in blockchain of dollars has already started. So the technology remains same. How you use it for which kind of a use case, how to solve the real world problems, that is something that we need to really think about. One of the pieces which I wanted to kind of leave across is, I did allude to the fact that there are biometrics which can be used to solve the real world problems again. The inclusivity of the Indian population right now in terms of payment democratization which has happened. Everyone, right till the last person on the ladder, is able to make payments, receive payments. I think it's a fantastic example to say that technology has been put to use at the right place, and rightfully so. So for all of you, I think my simple suggestion would be, there are enough number of technology enablements which are available. There are enough number of still problems that are abound, or not just problems, but where people can derive efficiencies, where people can make the experiences a lot better. I think if we were able to use the technology to solve these problems, make the experiences better, I think you will really take it to the next level. So all the very best. More than happy to kind of expand on any other point that you would like me to expand from banking perspective.
Thank you, Lalitji. Over to you, Savita ji.
Sure. I think 2 or 3 points. One is, technology. You will be on top of the latest technologies, right? The hype cycle will probably put large groups of people to necessarily having to understand at least the core technology or the application of the technology. Having said that, I think a few business aspects that become important. One is adopting the technology will require the skill of large scale transformation, program management, increasingly larger, right? So today, if I'm speaking about the banking world, there is MNC, multinational banks, global banks with hundreds of, they're spread across 100+ cities or locations globally. And that's going to be the new norm. So large scale transformation programs means product, process, legal, security teams, servicing teams, everyone having to come together, market facing, client management teams, sales teams, everybody having to be rallied towards one end transformation program goal. So all aspects of a transformation program management, what is the vision? What is the strategy to get there? What's the roadmap? The agile methods of executing, every aspect will become important. So I think just all of you will be taking part in these programs as some stakeholder or the other. So that's the new reality. The second thing is convergence. Most of the examples here given by the panel, you've heard about insurance and Amazon, and then you've heard of Apple and having healthcare data. So it is the world of convergence. Back in our days when we started working in the banking industry, banking was banking. Now it's not. So you will see agriculture, the weather data probably being used as the basis for whether loans are issued. Similarly, you will have healthcare data coming from somewhere. IoT will provide a whole lot of data sources. So there will be a whole lot of this cross convergence, and a lot of these ecosystem level changes will have an implication on your respective domain area. So I think that increased awareness will definitely go in handy. And last but not the least, we're entering an era which has all of these, I would say, scary unknowns. So cyber security becomes very important. The ethics of how to use generative AI, privacy, data privacy. How many of you have, not got these random calls that keep offering personal loans or home loans or some kind, maybe not at your age, but so how do you draw these boundaries? And those are the harmless ones, I would say. There's nuisance and irritant value, but there's a whole lot of ethical issues around how data can be used, and guardrails need to be put around that, both from the standpoint of counter technologies, cybersecurity, safeguarding technologies, as well as processes around it. And just values for every organization have to get that much focus. What are those boundaries you will not cross as an organization? So I think these are three things that I wanted to leave with you: convergence, transformation programs, and the ethical aspects of leveraging technology.
So thanks, Savita ji. Krishna ji, over to you for your message.
When I think about this, when I look back at this, what has been happening in the last so many years and what we are looking at going forward. One thing which strikes me is we speak about AI. We have been speaking about AI so much. It's become it's moved from being a buzzword to being a part of mainstream conversations. And trust me, AI is going to leave its mark on any business, every industry we know. AI, in my case, AI in insurance, AI in healthcare is inevitable. It is going to happen. It is a given. The pace, we do not know. The extent, we are still exploring, but it's going to happen. It's a given, right? So what does this mean? This means that for a healthcare professional, for doctors in the healthcare industry, for example, for insurers, etc., it is imperative that they are upskilled on technology. it's no longer enough for you to say, I'm a physician, I don't need to know technology, I don't kaun seekh sakta hai, it's not for me. It's all so much tough for me. It's imperative that they learn. And this is going to happen across all industries, all businesses. Technology is becoming mainstream and everybody has to compulsorily learn it if they want to survive. And on the other hand, you have AI, which is taking up the lower end technology work. It is doing everything by itself. Like I gave you the example of PineScript coding, right? I didn't need to do it. It just wrote the code for me. So actually what this is doing is that, in my opinion, the people who are focused solely on technology are finding the space shrinking. AI is coming in and, reducing the space from certain extent. And then you have business coming in saying that we already know business. We also want to learn technology so that, we want to keep our skills secure. So people who are actually purely technology focused will now need to think of what they need to do to stay ahead of the curve. So it's going to be very uncomfortable. Change is going to be rapid. Change is going to be there all the while. You need to get comfortable with the fact that change is always going to be there. You need to keep upskilling yourself, be it in a domain, be it an industry. So what if some person is a purely technology person? That person can learn some business, some industry, right? So they're getting a second skill, etc., so that they're staying ahead of the curve. Change is inevitable, and the faster we understand that and we get out of that comfort zone, we become comfortable with being uncomfortable and being challenged. We will survive and have good productive careers with the way the disruptions are coming. So my words of advice to you: stay ahead of the curve, be always ready for change, and keep learning all the while, keep adding to your skills so that you are in a position to set the, you're raising the bar so that you can set the terms on what happens next rather than being reactive to things. And the last thing which I keep telling everybody I meet in this generation, your generation, is always remember to network, because networking is one essential skill which cannot be replicated by any technology. It is a human contact, it is a human interaction which we have between ourselves, which cannot be replicated by anything. And that is how we learn to meet, people, you meet people, you understand, exchange ideas. And one key point for you to succeed going forward, the last thing I would say is have a mentor. A mentor is very important. I know this is nothing to do with technology, but since I thought I'll take this opportunity to talk to you because you're all about to step out into the corporate world, get into careers where, you might find yourself, trying to figure out what's happening. It's always important to have a mentor. A mentor is somebody who can guide you irrespective of whether they're in your same company or same business or whatever. They are there for you. They have your back. The mentors will keep changing with time. At certain stage in career, you'll have somebody as a mentor. You move to some other place, somebody else is a mentor. Always ensure there is one mentor for you. And at a certain point in time, when you are senior enough, you become a mentor. You become a mentor and groom the next generation so that they are set up for success. These are my words of success to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Krishnanji. That's interesting. And let's hear Prasannaji for your message.
Yeah. So my couple of 2 cents is that this is the decade or the century for India. So dream big. Starting a tech company or working in a high-tech company in India or in San Francisco is no longer the major differentiation. For whatever my generation, a lot of the IT, as he mentioned, was an outsourced service. We used to work for clients abroad. We used to basically be now in the last 5 years, we have changed that. But now products are being built in India, which are now being taken to the world. So dream big. The technology barrier is no longer there. You can build any product in India and take it to the world. And second thing is, as Narayan Murthy sir said, work 70 hours a day, a week. 70 hours a week. This is your time. Make the most of it.
Thank you. That's very important observation and message for all the students. So since we have some time, maybe 10 minutes for Q&A, you want to have some discussion further? No. So we'll open to because these students are actually pressurizing me to complete. So let me call question and answer from the students. So please raise your hand, or please when you ask the question, you need to tell your name and the person who you are asking the question. So yeah.
Good evening, everyone. So my name is Narayani Mahule, and I wanted to ask the question to Krishna, sir. Considering the healthcare and insurance infrastructure in our country, the automation is still on the nascent stages because of the various reasons that it might be constrained. My question over here is that considering AI is the future and it's inevitable, we need to aim up our healthcare professionals also. How can you suggest we could do that? And is there any way that we could change the perspective of the healthcare professionals in a way that they will be more accepting to it?
That's a very interesting question. There are two parts to this. So let us talk about how do we make it infrastructure, how to get infrastructure ready for this, or how do we get this? There are a lot of things happening in that space. For example, and this was accelerated by COVID. During the time of COVID, when we could not go anywhere, so tele-diagnosis, for example, took off big time. Telemedicine, etc. They all took off big time. Where you're getting second opinions via this thing. So these are already there in place. In addition to that, there's a lot of work which is happening in radio diagnosis, in cytodiagnosis, cancer diagnosis using AI based on past samples, based on the patient history, etc. This is being built, models are being built, and they're being tested as we speak. They're still not out there completely, but they're still being tested. But that is the future. So how do we prepare our healthcare professionals for this? There's even more basic problem to begin with. Before I even come to AI in healthcare, the fact is that, and even though I'm a doctor, I don't feel happy saying this. When you go to a hospital, the doctor feels that he or she is the king or / queen of the place. Nobody else can tell them anything. They are the bosses of the place. They know the best. And so they do not brook any, they see it as, their authority being disrespected. So there's a lot of work which needs to be done to get doctors to cohabit with non-doctors, with non-medical professional in a hospital setting and accept them, be more accepting of them before we can move to this. So is India ready for it right now? Not yet. It is the West which is showing the way. They're moving forward with this. In India, where we are still, from a population perspective, doctor penetration perspective, they are still very poor, right? So it is still the doctors still have a strong say in what happens, how things happen. So this is going to take time for that to happen. Having said that, the bigger networks like Apollo, Medanta, etc., they're all taking this up. They're looking at how can we incorporate this as aids to help our doctors serve our patients. So that, for example, a Medanta sitting in Delhi can look at actually the doctor sitting in Medanta in Delhi can actually look at patient who's maybe in let's say Faridabad or Ludhiana or Hisar somewhere, so that Medanta is having his presence, the doctor is getting it done, and you're getting this done through the use of technology. So it's going to take time.
Thank you so much, sir.
Next question.
Good evening, panelists. My name is Sanya Arora, and my question is open to all of you. As Sir said that this intervention is inevitable, I do believe in that. But at the same time, how important is human intervention? Because in my opinion, the risk is increasing. We are losing control. So are we letting technology control our lives?
That's an interesting question.
I'll just take a stab at it. Every technology innovation that has happened over the last 200, 300 years always raises this concern. Okay, so you take any technology, right? I mean, are we going to make people redundant? Are we going to make anybody redundant? But human race has been far more resilient than any of these technologies. So as humans, and because of we being humans, we will find ways to become more better than what this technology is offering us. There will be some people who will become slaves. I mean, X percentage of those people will face this problem. But generally, as a law of average, we should be able to do better than this.
My take on this is, as he pointed out, when you look at it, when man used to walk first, then we had a chariots. You did not put in, and then chariots went to cars, etc. So it did not put anybody out of business. We learned new skills. We reskilled ourselves. Jobs. Yeah, some people did lose. There's inevitable. Some people are going to lose jobs. Some people are going to be unable to skill up. But in majority of the cases, what's going to happen is people are going to skill up. If you look at technology, we're talking about AI, etc. The ability to write code and everything is now becoming so much more easier. Right? What would have been Greek and Latin 5-6 years back, when somebody says, "Oh, I am writing code in Python, I'm writing this and that. Oh my God, what is this?" and all the stuff. So anybody can do that. So with the advancement in technology, it's also becoming easier for people to acquire these skills as well, so that they are more they're that much more able to do their job. Yes, there is a risk. There will be some losses. There will be some issues. There will be some frictions happening. And there are people who paint doomsday scenarios of this, saying that there's a future not too far away where lots of things can happen, and lots of bad things can happen. But the simple point here is, throughout our history, humankind has always been able to upskill itself to stay relevant and survive. So I am pretty much sure that even AI is just one step in the journey where we are going. Maybe a not too impossible future is maybe 15-20 years from now, where AI is being taught in schools and people are writing all this in schools, right? The way we know education, the way what we learned in school is going to maybe radically change, because these are all the new things that are going to come in. And people will look at ChatGPT and say, "Oh, that was the great grandfather of what we are doing right now." "Oh, we kya din the," and all the stuff.
Thanks for sharing. So, Lilij, you want to share?
So I completely subscribe and agree with both the points which have been made. There are enough number of examples of people not falling by the wayside. Technology has always led people to repurpose themselves, and it's for people to learn skills, new skills, or alternate skills, and figure out how to really make best use of it. Let me take an example, and probably it'll help set the context. I'll speak from bank's perspective. Earlier, there used to be 5-6 teller counters. If you'd remember, when we used to go across to the banks, every second counter there used to be a teller counter. People used to count money. There used to be ledger entries, etc. Now, with advent of technology, computers, people said, and in PSU banks especially, there was a massive protest. Computerization ho jayega, people will lose jobs, massive protests and stuff like that. But has that really led to losses of jobs? The answer is no. People have found new purposes, new activities, better customer enhanced serviceability, experiences have gone up, products have gone up. So there's always been a way to navigate this entire technological enhancement and a kick-up. So today, if you go to any bank, you will probably have one teller counter. Or if you go to the so-called POC branches, which is proof of concept branches, these guys are new digital branches which have been made. There is not a single teller counter. You will have a ATM machine kind of a interface where you will have to go across and do your cash deposition or cash withdrawal and ask for statements and stuff like that. But does that mean that the bank staff has effectively got reduced? Is there a redundancy? Have people got kicked out, left their jobs? The answer is no. There are other alternate things which have kicked in. Yeah. So just to add with an example. No worries.
Thank you, sir.
Just
Hello.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hmm.
So I think we all largely agree that there is no doomsday prediction here. Technology at the end of the day is like a two-sided coin, depends on how you use it. And on the one hand, for example, if you look at a social media, there is an impact on children, for example, or mental health issues is a matter of concern. But it's the same social media that has also enabled that has provided so many opportunities for entrepreneurship, for information sharing, for sharing arts and crafts, and there's just so much opportunity that goes with all of some of these downsides. Having said that, and that's the case for every technology, almost every technology. Today, it's very heartwarming to see in India. I'm so proud of India. I just came back this year and working here. And even when I was in Southeast Asia, UPI and Aadhaar were, setting the benchmarks for most of the other countries, not just Southeast Asia, emerging markets, even the US. So India, I think, is actually showing the way in how to adopt technologies for development and growth to all segments of society. I do think that on this generation of leaders, there is that much onus to be tremendously aware of the impact of the decisions that you make, the technologies that you adopt, and really look at what is the impact on the planet from a sustainability standpoint, on like children, for example. So social media, who are using it that are probably not equipped with the judgment. So crime, cyber crime, generative AI, there's, for all of the chat GPT that we are ultimately using, there were teams sitting in, I think, Africa or some other countries. Even in India, there were teams that were exposed to a whole lot of data that they had to help filter out, and that led to a whole lot of mental health issues. So I feel like leaders tremendously have that onus increasingly, because of the power of technology is that much greater and amplified. The damage that can be done and the benefit that can be reaped are that much more amplified. So it is something that for all of you increasingly to factor into your everyday lives, as well as leaders for your organizations.
So thank you panel, and it was very interesting discussion where we figured out a lot of technology and their use cases. We're very thankful to you, and since I already have a signal, so I'll pass on to my students for further.
That was an extremely insightful discussion. Thank you, everyone.
I would take this opportunity to thank all the panel members for their valuable insights on the topic and for sharing with us their invaluable experiences. I now request Professor Sumit Gupta to extend the memento from IIM Raipur and present the panelists with the same for gracing us with their presence in this leadership summit. Mr. Lalit Jadhav.
Ms. Savita Vopala.
Mr. M.V. Krishnamurthy.
Mr. Prasanna Valimbe. Now I would like to invite Chairperson Placement to felicitate the moderator with a memento. We request chairperson placements and the panelists to gather for a photograph.
Thank you, ma'am. We request Sri Suryanarayan Shankaran, Placement Consultant, IIM Raipur, to address the summit highlights.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, thank you very much for our panelists for this insightful discussion. As you would have noticed, for today's event, we actually had a chief guest and a guest of honor, and we had changed the format a bit. The idea was to present additional insights from our panel of esteemed guests for the fireside chat. As you would have heard from our guest of honor or our chief guest, a couple of things which maybe you can look at. One is, of course, how your decisions impact, but more importantly, what factors do you need to take into account, not just within your current ecosystem organization, but most importantly, look at geopolitics. How many of you actually look at what's happening in, say, everybody knows what's happening in Gaza, but how many of you know what's happening in Taiwan? There's an election going to happen in 2024, and the chairman of Foxconn is actually fighting that election. So does anybody know how it would change things? We don't. But the idea is when people make decisions, they at least need to take additional aspects into mind. As Sri Ranjan had mentioned in his original talk, that how do we make it growth and how do we make it products and services which is useful for everyone rather than just a select few, and how do we create that ecosystem where that's something which can be done, and that's how we sort of create the next phase of the economic growth for the organization and the country as it were. And the fireside chat actually had some insights into how do we look at leadership, how do we perceive leadership, and what kind of qualities do we actually need to look at when we talk about leadership in general. So that was an interesting insight. In our first and the second sessions, I'll actually go through a bit by bit. One of the aspects as people managers or even managers in general you look at is that how do you create a voice for the people in your organization? How do people in the organization actually have a voice in what the organization is doing, and how you as first line managers to facilitate that? That's one interesting insight which came in. The other idea is that as that happened in the second session as well, when it comes to people managers and people leaders, how do you create mentorship opportunities for yourself, but more importantly, as you grow older in the organization, how do you become mentors for newcomers? And that's one reason why we sort of have this fraternity with the institution. How do you sort of mentor and coach the next generation of students from IIM Raipur, but at the same time get mentorship advice and coaching from seniors who have graduated 3, 4, 5 years back. And as Dr. Krishna mentioned in the last last panel discussion, there is a scope for everybody. There's opportunity for everybody. But the challenge is, how do you sort of constantly upskill yourself? How do you constantly look at opportunities? And as an example, I didn't know Coral Draw as of day before yesterday, but we had to make one of these posters. So I ended up learning it. And it is fairly easy. You take half an hour to do that. But the fact is that at my age, if I can do, and Dr. Krishna is older than me, so obviously he would be doing it as well. But those are aspects which we sort of need to do continuously, and see how we can upskill ourselves. And it doesn't have to be technology space itself. It can be anything under the sun. So great. Thank you very much for today's session. Thank you very much for coming in, and hopefully we'll have an interesting session tomorrow as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for illuminating with the key summit highlights.
As we bring this fruitful day to a close, I want to extend my heartfelt gratitude to exceptional speakers and engaged participants. But our journey doesn't end here. Tomorrow promises even more enriching discussions, valuable networking, and opportunities to learn from the best in the field. So take this time to recharge, reflect on today's insights, and return tomorrow with renewed energy and enthusiasm. Thank you for being a part of this incredible event. See you all bright and early for day 2 of our Leadership Summit.
We request the students to be seated until the guests leave.